April 30th, 2002, San Francisco, California. A university student takes a 45-minute morning drive to start his first day of work in a temp position at 2400 Bayshore Parkway in Mountain View, California, in the Silicon Valley. It was for a little-known company at the time called Google. You've probably heard of it. This was one of their small offices with maybe around 20 employees at the time. They were hiring for a new department called Google AdWords, but they weren't immediately ready to hire full-time just yet. So every day, this temp, which was short for temporary, clocked into work at an uncertain job to review Google ads, along with hundreds of other temps over a 3-month period, and watched in horror as dozens of fellow colleagues got let go every single day because, well, they weren't the right fit. It was a scary time.
You're fired.
The moment that changed everything. Google closed the deal of the century. They merged with AOL. You know, American Online.
You've got mail.
Remember that? The bin, as it was called, went from 100 ads to over 100,000 ads. Literally overnight. Google was overwhelmed. They were finally ready to grow the team. The opportunity to transition full-time had finally arrived after a grueling series of interviews, multiple rounds that went on for weeks, including the final one with Sheryl Sandberg, who was the AdWords director at the time. This temp finally secured a permanent position. That temp was me. When I got my dream job at Google in 2002, I thought I would stay there forever. I mean, why would I ever want to leave? It was everybody's dream job, and for an immigrant like me, it was a dream come true. I moved from Hong Kong to the United States with my father when I was 5 in pursuit of the American dream. We came to the land of opportunity, but that didn't happen right away. We spoke no English. We struggled. We had to scratch and crawl for everything we got, and we're lucky if we had food on the table that day. Sometimes we wouldn't, and if we did, you better believe we earned it. Because of that, to this very day, I still finish all my food, take every last bite, never let anything go to waste, even if I'm full, because I still remember what it was like to go to bed hungry. At school, I was bullied, I faced racism, I endured bigotry. As a foreign minor in a huge unfamiliar pond, I experienced prejudice at a very young age, felt firsthand how cruel the world could really be. Land of opportunity, American dream, reality was far from it. But I didn't give up. In fact, it pushed me to work hard, to study hard. I had to prove everyone wrong, and so I did. I got my honors, won spelling bees, public speaking contests, all kinds of awards. I was the top student in my class. As a writer, speller, presenter, I became a language tutor to help even native speakers to improve their English and Chinese in reading, writing, and speaking.
大家好，你好吗 ？Hello， 再见，下次見。See you next time.
I worked 5 dot-com jobs to get through college at San Jose State University. In the process, I discovered the internet and started making money online. This was all the way back in 1997, when the internet was still a baby. 3 years later, the dot-com bubble suddenly bursted, and my world came crashing down. I lost everything. Dead broke. I continued classes while taking more part-time jobs at my school. Tutor, IT, proofreader, writer, editor, designer, promoter. I did them all. One day, a classified ad in my school newspaper caught my attention. It was a temp job at Google. In 2002, no one had heard of the company, so it was a huge risk. But it sounded like a good deal. Flexible hours, open to students, reasonable wage, fun culture, lots of perks. But here's the kicker. Free meals, unlimited beverages, all the snacks you could eat, all day long. I was sold. As a college student living off of soy sauce over rice and 10-cent ramen noodles when they were on sale, or if I really wanted to indulge.
Now at McDonald's you can get 39-cent cheeseburgers every Sunday and 29-cent hamburgers every Wednesday. Did somebody say McDonald's?
I would have worked for free just for the food. You can bet I took full advantage of all my free breakfasts, lunches, and dinners. I gained 15 pounds in 2 weeks. Not only that, but I also enjoyed company events, holiday parties, team outings, and so much more. I was lucky enough to transition full-time even before graduation, so I definitely worked hard and studied hard. But I was already used to hard work, so it was no problem for me. At Google, I started the optimization team, created the agency team, developed top-level strategies, training, and tools, many of which still being used today. I was the top guy. It was the best time of my life, and I am forever grateful for my time there. For years, I helped my clients make more money as Google's most senior optimizer, agency partner, and customer representative. I've seen the potential. My clients were making millions, and so I knew I had to do something. April 30th, 2004, 2 years to the day after my first day as a temp at Google, I launched my blog, wrote my first blog post, created history. I knew copywriting, marketing, content training. After all, I did all of that for a living at the world's #1 tech company, so I knew I had the skills. I just needed to figure out how to turn that talent into online income as an entrepreneur in my own business. Then I found it, the opportunity of a lifetime. This was my chance, the Internet Success Mentoring Club, which was the advanced mentorship program from IMC, the Internet Marketing Center, to learn from the founder and CEO, Corey Rudel, the only man at the time who had broken the 7-figure code online. In fact, 8 figures, over $40 million. And that year alone, 2005, he had already made over $7 million. There was absolutely no one better to learn from, so I applied to work with him, and I waited and I waited. One of many days later, I was at work, as I always was. At Google, we had moved to Building 44 at 1625 Charleston Road, right across the street from the new Google headquarters at the now famous address 1600 Amphitheater Parkway. My phone went off. It was from Corey Rudel. I was thrilled like you wouldn't believe. I dropped everything and quickly ran outside to take the call, right here at this very spot. It was outstanding news. His team actually accepted my application into their mentorship program for $8,000. Yes, it was a lot. My life savings at the time, but I didn't even think twice. I took it. I was so excited. This was it. It had to be, and it was at the time. In fact, I got my results relatively quickly because I took massive action. Made my first affiliate sale on my very own website. Proved that making money online was possible for me once again, and in a much more permanent way. A method that still works to this very day. Then came the surprise, the anticipation. The Canadian Corey Rudel at last had planned a trip out to California to pursue his passion for racing at the California Speedway. After that, his next stop would be the Silicon Valley, where I lived. The appointment was set. I was going to meet him, be able to thank him in person, face to face, man to man. But before I got the chance to shake his hand in gratitude, this happened.
2 people killed when a high-performance sports car crashes at the California Speedway in Fontana.
And then around 11 o'clock this morning, a driver and a passenger in this Porsche Carrera GT simply lost control and hit a wall on the straightaway. One person died at the scene. A second individual was airlifted to a local hospital, but later died.
June 2nd, 2005, Fontana, California, at the California Speedway. It wasn't meant to be. In a blink of an eye, I lost my mentor. I lost my investment. I lost all my momentum. It turned out not to be the opportunity of a lifetime that I was expecting. But you know what? It was a stepping stone. My stepping stone. That's why I didn't let it stop me. I started over. I launched my company. I built my website, my blog, my sales pages. I was still going to do it, to make it. I had to, no matter what. For me, for my family, for Corey. April 30th, 2006. 4 years after my first day at Google, 2 years after my first blog post, I got invited to attend my very first internet marketing seminar happening the following week. And on May 4th, I was in San Antonio, Texas. I was in the presence of some of the top internet marketers at the time, a room full of leaders, experts, millionaires, including the man who would later be my inspiration to resign from Google and become a full-time internet entrepreneur.
I'm Mike Filsaime.
Mike was the guy in internet marketing. He launched his product online and on day one made over $500,000. Just 4 days later, $1 million. He was the first and only active expert I bought an online course from at the time, called Carbon Copy Marketing. It was so good, I also bought his second product, called Butterfly Marketing. It did not disappoint. Mike was the real deal. I knew I needed to meet him.
He saw me in San Antonio and he said, Mike, I'm very glad to meet you. I know you quit working on August 5th of 2004. I'm going to quit working for Google on August 5th of 2006. I said, wow, that's that's good, and he's just a real big success in the industry now.
August 5th, 2006, my last day as a Googler. This was the day. I've always been the man of my word, but this time there was actually somebody to keep me accountable. I was right here in this parking lot in yet another Google building when my phone rang. It was Mike. I took the call as I entered the Googleplex as an employee for the very last time.
Hello. Hey, Mike. It's Simon. Hey, what's up? What's up, buddy? What's going on? Listen, I'm right outside my boss's office at Google. I'm about to go give my notice. What? Simon, are you sure? You've got a job at Google, dude. No. Like, I feel guilty that I've given him this day. He goes, no. I've never felt more right about this thing. I'm gonna go and quit. I just wanted to say thank you very much for the inspiration. I said, well, dude, don't leave me hanging, man. Call me back when it's done. And then he went in and he said he was done. And then Simon went on to do some legendary things in the internet business.
From that day forward, August 5th would forever be known to us as Freedom Day. My life had changed forever. The rest, as they say, is history. I became the entrepreneur I'm known to be today. My first launch made over $100,000 in 7 days. My business earned over $500,000 before my first year was over. Crossed the 7-figure mark shortly into year 2. Started speaking at seminars all over the country and subsequently across the world's platforms. Shared stages with the best in the industry. Won multiple Best Speaker awards. Published multiple bestsellers. Built my own event company, agency service, and online community of success stories, all guaranteed to achieve instantaneous results. On Google, on YouTube, for anything they want to promote, for free.
Hi, this is Mike Filsaime. Simon can teach you more things about driving traffic and converting traffic and making sure that your sites are perfect for the terms of service for all of the search engines, especially Google. Man, I got to tell you, the guy has connections. He's gotten me into the Googleplex, and I've had some pretty interesting conversations with some Google and YouTube employees, and I even got a free lunch out of it. So, as you know, the game is always changing, and one of the guys that's cutting edge, that always gives me up-to-date information, there's one guy that I turn to, and that's Simon Leung.
Fast forward to 2020.
Today, the World Health Organization officially announced that this is a global pandemic.
The global pandemic, quarantine, catastrophe, businesses shut down, offices closed down, the entire world on lockdown.
Malaysian Prime Minister Muhyiddin Yassin has announced a nationwide lockdown. Lockdown.
Sai is a very, very good friend, and he's going to be working with us to do a couple of things that are pretty exciting.
Whether you let this make you or break you is your choice to make. For me, I took the chance to turn crisis into opportunity. 15 years after first learning from Mike online, meeting him in person, and subsequently changing my life through his inspiration, we have finally transformed our friendship into partnership. And it came to us at the perfect time. Mike has created a tremendous platform for entrepreneurs, business owners, and internet marketers. Everything you need to start and run your digital business. Website funnel builder, email autoresponder, e-commerce platform, online sales system, affiliate software, membership sites, live and automated webinars, and more. But it's not just tools. You also get education, community access, business opportunity, all for free. So, where do I come in? Well, for the first time ever, I am offering exclusive online mentorship, also for free. I'm adding on to everything Mike already has with my own mastermind group that directly complements Mike's platform. Here, I will show you how to make money online, lifetime revenue, residual commissions, passive income, and get this, without selling anything, just by giving away top quality products for free. More specifically, Mike's robust software tools, which you can also access for free. Yes, this means that you get to work with both Mike and me. I can't begin to tell you how excited we are to share this opportunity with you, because I'll tell you what, Freedom Day has been our thing since 2006. But now, together, we will be creating more Freedom Days for new aspiring entrepreneurs, the next generation of internet marketers, success stories of the future. And for being here right now, it could very well be you. Intrigued? Don't miss your chance to access your free membership from both Mike and myself. Free at no cost to you, but only for a limited time. So if you want in, take massive action to sign up immediately for your free lifetime membership to work with us both right now. And together, let's help you to create your own Freedom Day.
August 5th, 2006. To me, it was a date. To him, it was an inspiration.
Happy Freedom Day to all of our friends all around the world. Welcome to Freedom Day event 2024. Just so that you know, we are multi-streaming across multiple platforms and communities right now. So let us know inside the comments where you're from, your country, your city, your time, as well as which community you're joining us from. We have Saikot all the way from India joining us. Johan is in Brisbane, Australia. George is in Tokyo, Japan. Bernard is in the USA. Andrew in the UK, as well as Reggie. Dr. Lisa is from Baltimore, Maryland. Tyra is in the house from the USA. Michael, all the way in France, we got Rial, Paul Hoos joining us in Montreal, Canada. This is absolutely a global community. We also have, of course, QQ in Malaysia. Zoe is also in Malaysia. So congratulations and welcome to all of you. Ingram Davis from Michigan. Keep these comments coming in because it absolutely will drive us to give you more and more motivation to share what Freedom Day actually means to all of us within our community. So just so that you know, we have absolutely been celebrating Freedom Day right here at Groove since 2020. But actually, Freedom Day goes way back, even before that. You see, it's something that we've been celebrating now for 18 years. That's crazy, right? Because as you saw in the video just moments ago, it started on August 5th of 2006 when I quit my job at Google headquarters. Yes, it was a corporate position. All my friends, my family, my colleagues, they called me crazy for leaving that job behind because it was the ultimate dream job for anybody, even to this day. Wouldn't you agree? So with that, of course, I wasn't completely crazy, maybe just a little bit. You need to be in order for you to leave the stability of a corporate position, especially from Google, behind, right? 6 figures a year in salary, millions in stock options. Why would I do that? You see, the reason was simple. That was because recently, at that point in time, I had met a gentleman by the name of Mike Filsaime. You may know him as the founder of Groove. Well, back then, he was an entrepreneur. He was an internet marketer, and I met him in San Antonio, Texas, heard his story, which was that he quit his full-time job on August 5th of 2004. And just as what you heard Mike say at the end of the Freedom Day video, that became my inspiration. To him, it was just a date. He was sharing it in front of an audience. I left my job on August 5th of 2004, but what I saw was a true motivation and inspiration for me to actually do something. You see, in life, we always have our goals and our dreams and our aspirations, don't we? We see things that other people are doing and we get so excited about the potential, the possibility that we say, yeah, one day That's what I'm going to do as well. But when, oh, when is that one day actually going to be? So on August 5th, 2006, I said that is going to be the date. He kept me accountable to it. He called me on my last day at the job, and that was it. That was it. The rest, as they say, is history. In 2020, the very first year of Groove, Donna Fox, the CMO, Chief Marketing Officer, right here within Groove, she declared August 5th as the official Groove holiday. At that point in time, we have been celebrating for about 15 years. And she said 15 years is a long time for us to celebrate. And now that we have the chance to work together again, be a part of this amazing community together, we now have a reason for us to celebrate every single year. And again, at that point in time, history was made today. I'm very excited. I don't know if you are. Let me know inside of the comments. I'm excited because this is the 5th celebration of Freedom Day right here within Groove. And I am extremely exhilarated to be celebrating Freedom Day alongside with you, because this year is actually going to be a little bit different. It's going to be a little bit different. Why? Because for whatever reason, I'm sure many of you can relate to this. The last year has been a little bit challenging, hasn't it? It's been challenging for many in a variety of different ways. Can you relate? If you can relate, type in yes inside of the comments, because whether it's economical, whether it's political, whether it has to do with inflations or civil unrest or controversies, personal and business challenges, it's been some crazy times for many of us, even right here in Groove. Let's just call a spade, shall we? We admit that we've also had our own sets of challenges to fight through, and especially so over the past several months. So Freedom Day and freedom itself, it doesn't necessarily have to mean that we're already there. It doesn't necessarily have to mean that, hey, I want to do this and I want to do that, and now I've achieved it. And so that's what freedom actually means to me. You see, freedom doesn't have to be what we've always said it to mean. Doing things how I want, doing things when I want, with whomever I want. That's what freedom actually means to me. Yeah, of course, achieving financial freedom and personal freedom, lifestyle freedom, that's all amazing goals and objectives that we all should be striving for. And yes, it's all great and amazing when we're able to achieve those. But I know that having success and having achieved those goals is not final. It's not the end of it. I know how it feels to achieve that success. I know how it feels to feel like I have it all, that I've done it, but I also know how it feels to lose it all. Everything that you've worked so hard for, you lose it all. And then to work so hard, not give up when your back is against the wall, to say, I'm going to get it all back. And you work so hard that you do get it all back and so much more. But then only to lose it again, and later on to gain it back once more. You see, this is the cycle that we call life. And nothing is ever final. This includes your success. This includes your failures. Do you agree? If you agree, type in agree inside of the comments. And that is why this year, Freedom Day is different. You see, we celebrate not the achievement that you've already made, not even the achievements that you are impending to make. This year, we celebrate your freedom to choose. Write that down. Your freedom to still make that choice. Your freedom to have the ability to make that change. Not happy with whatever kinds of things might be happening in your life. Instead of crying about it and complain about it and feeling sorry for yourself, celebrate the freedom that you have the choice to make a difference, to make that change and to improve whatever situation that you're not happy about. Celebrate the freedom of the potential necessary change that you need for yourself, whatever it might be. Your freedom to pursue improving yourself, your situation, if you need to, your freedom to learn, to start something new, to take advantage of brand new opportunities. You see, on my social, I don't usually share too many personal things about myself, but you can probably tell that just like everyone else, there are ups and downs of my life. I'm not going to post pictures of any amazing brand new homes or cars or brand new toys that I get, because I know that in reality, it's just a phase in many of our lives. You have successes, you have your ups, but you also have your failures and you have your downs. So if you want to follow my journey and you want to see, hey, what's being successful with me? What am I testing these days? I invite you, if you haven't already, to follow me or even add me as a friend on Facebook. Why not? Let's connect and be friends. And when you are there, you will see that just like everyone else, I am just a normal person. I'm just a normal person that streams live every now and again. You can see that right now in real time. This is the Freedom Day event. But because I know there are ups and downs in many of the different things that I do in my life and my business, I also know that there are choices that I can make to chase after opportunities. You'll see some of those opportunities right over here from what we even share inside of the Groove marketplace, inside of the Groove community and the Groove ecosystem. We have a brand new Groove Insiders Club. If you want to learn more about that, you can see that my family and my friends, we all share different memories that we have together. And because of the connections that I've been able to make over the past 15, 20 plus years, I have lots of friends that I appreciate very much. Grateful for, wishing me a happy birthday recently, connecting. And of course, I return a favor. I also wish them happy birthdays as well. Our next guest later on, he's going to be infamous for wishing you a belated birthday, right? You'll know exactly who I'm talking about in just a moment, but you can see everything happens. And yes, there are ups and there are downs, but when things are down, it is your choice. It is your freedom in your ability to make things happen, to turn things around, and to make sure that this is something that you can be proud of when the year is over next year on August 5th of 2025. How will you be able to say that your life has changed in the next 12 months that we have? So continue to find the freedom in making connections, in doing things that you have control over, to start brand new ventures, start brand new businesses, work with people, reconnect with those that you've lost touch with over the past years, and know that there's so much more opportunity right here with you. And at the end of the day, it's all about your own personal celebrations in your life. It's all about what is important to you. It's all about your willingness to be able to make those choices, to find the freedom that you know you deserve for yourself, as well as your family and those who are important to you. So with that, that's why freedom is not about any one thing or any one situation. It's about you. Write that down. It's about you. It's about what you can do today to make today the first day of the rest of your life. Let us know inside of the comments, what does freedom actually mean to you? Outside of, hey, I want to achieve that goal and I want all these money and financial success. What if money is not an issue? Does freedom actually mean to you? Let us know inside of the comments. And while you are doing that, we have a bonus for you. Is it okay if we give you some bonuses for the sake of you being here to celebrate freedom alongside with us? If that is the case, if that is you, type in bonuses inside of the comments, because over here, if you take a look at groove.cm, /bonuses. Once again, that's groove.cm/bonuses. You are going to see that we have a very special bonus page for you. How many of you are within the Groove community and you just simply want some additional help? Well, the good news is that we have small group coaching sessions for you. If you want to register for that, it is absolutely free. Let our Groove approved coaches help you through your way of achieving your own freedom, of finding what freedom actually means to you. And if you want some additional personal help, we actually have that as well right over here. Ask for help. Simply click on that and it will be on its way. Now, here's the other thing. Remember the Groove Insiders Club that we mentioned earlier? Well, we do have a free session for you. If you want to check that out, clicking right over here is immediately going to send you over to this post right over here, where if you do want more information about that, you even want a free session, all you got to do is come over here, leave a comment, just like what these people have been doing. Say that you're interested in a free session to help you out. Let us know how we can help you out. Let us know that you came here from Freedom Day events. Let us know what your goal is. Let us know how we can help you. And it is our pleasure, our honor, our privilege right here within the Groove community and beyond to be able to help you every single step of the way. Now that is the bonuses. Copy down the actual link because we're going to be referring to this multiple times later on here today. More bonuses the longer that you stick around. But today, let's get the party started, shall we? We are going to share what freedom, not just what it means to me or what it means to you. Today, we are going to share with you what freedom means to some of our special guests that I want to introduce you to. Now, for the duration of the next few hours, we have my old school friends that I've known for the past 18 plus years, veterans in the internet marketing space, and people that you will actually gain a ton of insights as well as value from because they are masters in what they do. Stay tuned, by the way, until the very end because we do have one final mystery VIP guest. He's actually created and sold multi-billion-dollar companies, and he is a master at what he does as an entrepreneur, business owner, and sales professional. So make sure that you stay tuned again all the way until the end of this event because we want to make sure that you don't miss out on the amazing value that not only is this gentleman going to present to us, but also our subsequent guest that we have for you is going to be absolutely amazing. And so with that, I want to waste no time and introduce you to our first guest of the day, shall we? He is a gentleman that in the story of Freedom Day, you saw that all the way back 18 plus years ago. I met the founder of Groove, Mr. Mike Filsaime, at an event in San Antonio. Well, guess what? When I met him, this gentleman was actually right next to him. This gentleman, we have actually been friends for a very long time. He is a master at what he does. He is great at being a coach, as an entrepreneur, as a mentor. We go way back. We've hung out, done good things, done not so good things. You can hear back to all of our stories about all the adventures that we have, on cruises, on the dance floors in Mexico, and so many additional places. I'm sure maybe when the time is right, this gentleman is going to share with you some additional stories on top of that. But today, I want you to pay very special attention to him because when it comes to struggles, he's had his own fair share of it. When it comes to success, he's had his own fair success of it. And today he is as active as ever in his pursuits of continued freedom, continued pursuits of finding what he wants to do in his life. And of course, how he wants to make that change and help others as well. This is why I am so proud to call him my friend. Why I'm so proud that he is a part of everything that we're doing and so excited to be venturing with him alongside with many other internet marketers on some additional exciting projects that's going to be coming up very, very soon. We're not ready to let the cat out of the bag just yet, but now I want you to meet him first. You may know him as an active member of the Groove community. You might see him every single week. You might receive his emails. You might hear from him about his amazing insights. To me, I watch his insights all the time. I watch his webinars. I listen to his meetings and his consultations, advice. This guy, everything that he shares, absolute gold. So without further ado, I want to introduce you to our first VIP guest of Freedom Day event 2024. Please help me to put your hands together and welcome to the virtual stage, the one, the only, Mr. Tom Beal. What's up, Mr. Tom? Great to see you. Happy Freedom Day. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Simon, so much. It's an honor to be here for Freedom Day. It's an honor to have that amazing introduction, and I'm honored to be here with you, the participants here in Freedom Day. I see you in the chat. So I see you, Tyra, Dr. Singletary, Charles, Reggie, Zoe, Bernard, and so many others up above since I just got in here. But you are in for a treat today. Simon, I listened a little bit of what you talked about, and let's first talk about that specifically, what you mentioned about freedom. What is freedom to you? And Simon, yours is very similar to mine. Able to do what I want, when I want, where I want, with whom I want. And you can see the background now, Simon. That is the island behind me, owned by the co-founder of Google, Larry Page. It's called Hans Lalick, and there's a little Hans Lalick behind it. So your former boss lives back there. Well, he has many islands. He's been missing for a while. I don't know if you've been following the stories, but we won't get into that. But anyhow, this is part of freedom, being where I want to be right here, right now. And, prior to here, I was in Boca Raton, Florida for 12 plus years. But circling back to Simon, you mentioned it's not a been there, done it, check it off, got the t-shirt, set it and forget it. It's a continual progression. So Simon mentioned some things about, and it reminded me of Earl Nightingale's Strangest Secret. If you haven't heard of that, write this down, go to YouTube and search for Earl Nightingale, The Strangest Secret. And someone, if you could make a comment in the chat for people to understand that. Earl Nightingale, The Strangest Secret. And in that, Earl Nightingale has a definition of success. And he says Earl Nightingale's quote, success is the progressive realization of a worthy ideal. That's it. Sometimes it takes a little while for these brains to connect, the brain cells. Success is the progressive realization of a worthy ideal or goal. And hello, everybody. I see all the amazing feedback in there. It's good to see you. But think about that. So he goes on to describe, so what is success? If you have a goal and you're daily progressively taking one step after the next, you are a success. So it's not about getting to the top of the mountain. It's like, I want to climb that mountain and taking one step after the next. Even if you're tired, take a little break, rest, then start taking the next step. You don't have to climb the whole mountain in one fell swoop or one Superman jump, but it takes that consistent progressive realization. So here we are on this consistent progressive realization. Here you are in the 2%. You're tapping into this wisdom that Simon's sharing, that other guests are going to be sharing here with you on Freedom Day. And I have a couple lessons that I'm going to be sharing that circle back to some of my teachings that are in my You Are Not Dead Yet philosophies. And first of all, what's Tom making up a book, You Are Not Dead Yet, for? Well, and the trainings that go along with that. Well, on September 11th, I died. Not the September 11th that we all remember, September 11th, 2001, but September 11th, 1998, 3 years prior. I was in a single car accident. I rolled 4 times, was ejected from the sunroof, and was lying in the field for dead. And I literally had severe head trauma. So I was in and out of consciousness. I remember trying to stand up. I couldn't stand up. I fell back down in this field and just laid there, and no one came. And all I remember is, holy crap, I'm going to die in this field. Like, no one's coming. And so long story short, fast forward a little bit. Next thing you know, I'm about 20 feet in the air and I see someone lying in the field. And I'm curious. I'm like, what's this? What's this? Who's this? What's going on? Why is this person lying in the field? And what am I seeing? And I focused in. I realized that was me lying in the field. And then very quickly, as soon as I recognized it was me, now I'm pulled up and I'm in this bright white light scenario. And you probably heard of these near-death experiences. My near-death experience was very similar to what you hear many of the others, but I'm in this bright white light and I'm kind of confused, like, what's going on? And I see like a movie screen revealing like my life. And it gets to a point where I see my sisters at my funeral. And at the time, September 11th, 1998, I was 25 years old. My sisters were 15 and 13 years old. I had other family members as well. I have between the 4 divorces and 6 marriages I was raised around, I have roughly 11 siblings. But the siblings that grew up with me in my household with my mother birthed 3 children, me, my sister 10 years later, and my other sister 12 years later. I saw those 2 sisters crying at my funeral, and it had massive pain on my heart. And as soon as I saw that, someone came up, put their arm around me, all the fear and confusion went away. And I had this peaceful homecoming feeling. Wow, this is what it's all about. This is what life leads up to, is this moment right here. I'm home. And we turned 180 degrees. And now, even though it was all bright white light, now we're walking towards these huge doors, probably 40-foot doors with bright light coming out of it. And we're walking towards those bright lights. And halfway there, I said, stop. This isn't how it's supposed to end. I know you had more for me to accomplish. Send me back. Next thing I recall, I woke up in intensive care unit with a respirator breathing for me. And all I remember is it hurts really bad to have, when you're conscious, when you're awake, to have a respirator breathing in and out for you against your will. So I finally got that out. But once they got that out, I had what's called aphasia. With the severe head trauma I had, I couldn't think things and couldn't speak the things I was thinking. My thoughts were not connecting with my words that were coming out of my mouth. So they were asking me simple questions and random words would come out of my mouth. And at the time, it would frustrate me because I'm like, wait a minute, that's not what I meant to say. I try to say it again and a whole nother slew of random words would come out. Anyhow, with that severe head trauma, they told me I may never walk or talk again because I also had drop foot in my right leg. When they told me that, I just shake my head no. I never had the vision of not walking and talking out of that intensive care and or hospital as quickly as possible. So they actually had meetings with my family and said, listen, every time we tell him he may not walk or talk properly, we're concerned because all he does is shake his head. I'm like, nope, I didn't buy that for a second. And how does that translate to Freedom Day? You're going to have friends, you're going to have family members that when they hear the dreams and the big aspirations you have, they're going to be telling you, it's not possible. Come on, man. You're just you, like you're just Tom. Like you can't do that. And they're not saying it out of lack of belief in you. What they're doing is trying to not let you get hurt. They care about you so much. They don't want you to go down a path and invest all that time, energy, and resources and not reach the finish line. Right. And they can bring up proof, right? Because Simon mentioned, hit that pinnacle, massive success, boom, carpet pulled out, gone. Do it again. Get the top of the pinnacle, reach success again, boom, carpet pulled out. I've counted and I have 8 startovers. 8 times the carpet has been pulled out for me. Did the work, had a lifelong, what I felt was a lifelong situation that would take care of me, and woke up one day and boom, the carpet is pulled out. And I'm not predicting anything chaotic today, but I've heard today is going to be a bloodbath in the stock market, right? That's kind of what's happened in Asia, I heard, and what's happening in here is probably going to follow that trend. Today is going to be a day that I actually saw some people comment, said, I've already looked at my portfolio and I'm about to throw up. Like that's life. The day that challenges stop coming to you is the day that you're 6 feet under, buried, dead, and gone. Challenges are here to level us up every single day. And it's not the set it and forget it like Ron Popeil's infomercials all those years ago. It's a continual progression towards your desired outcomes and your understanding that you have kick butt problem solving abilities. Look you've made it this far. You're not dead. You're not dead yet. And I see some comments. Thank you very much. It's awesome. Charles, testify, Tom, God wasn't finished with you. And I'm not unique in this. God isn't finished with any of us. We're still here. Look back on your life. I can look back on numerous times. That car accident is one of many where, how the heck did I get out of that? Like, how did I make it out of that? Call it divine intervention, call it God isn't done with you yet. But I want you to have that same feeling of you are not dead yet. You are not living up to your potential yet. That's the other thing here. So I'm going to share some notes. I have some notes here. Simon asked, like, hey, can you come on here and give some value? So I'm going to share some takeaways with you. My hope is to transmit, like, I wish I could always reach out and touch your shoulder and have you feel the lessons that I've learned from my near-death experience. And I've applied that to my business, my life, to make the most of this brief journey that we call life. And here on Freedom Day, I want to hopefully share some insights with you that can flip that switch for you to embrace freedom, embrace the ability and possibility
of freedom for you and turning your dreams into reality. And some of the lessons that I learned from my near-death experience might be helpful to you. Tyra, challenges are the way we evolve and learn. 100%. And that's a quote. I actually said that in a private group the other day, and someone quoted me, actually a top internet marketer quoted me. I said, the day the challenges end is also the day of your last breath. That's just the bottom line. Challenges are always going to be there. Carpets are going to be pulled out from under you. And then you finally reach a point where you trust your kick butt problem solving ability. And go ahead and type in, I am a kick butt problem solver. Put that in there. I am a kick butt problem solver. The larger the problems that you can solve, the larger and more freedom you will have. So I know I'm a kick butt problem solver. I know you're a kick butt problem solver. Your history, your life will show that to be true. You have solved some major difficulties and challenges in your life, and that prepared you to be where you are here today and gave you the insight to even plug into Freedom Day. Because guess what? A lot of people knew about it. Not everybody showed up. You chose to show up, and that's 98% of winning is showing up. You are here showing up. You're not watching cat videos on YouTube or Instagram or TikTok or all that stuff. You're here tapping into some things that connect some dots for you to build that belief, build that possibility for you to kick some butt. So what are some of the lessons? One, I'm immune to death until I'm not. Fear is a big deterrent to freedom for many people. They're fearful. Well, what if I do this? What if I do that? Well, and we jump to all the bad things that could happen. We jump to all the obstacles that are going to be there. We jump to all the challenges that are going to be there. But when you have an understanding and you're okay with the major fear that most humans have is the fear of death, even though they claim that speaking on stages is even more fearful than dying, the reality is there's a built-in fear of death into humans. It's an unknown, uncertainty, right? So I have the belief now after my near-death experience, I'm immune to death until I'm not. Now, how does that help with your freedom? Well, think about this. I have a big S on my chest. I'm immune to death until I'm not. And I will put the caveat, I'll do a timeout. That's with the caveat of I'm discerning what the proper actions are for me to take to live to be 120 plus years old. Right? But at the same time, I'm immune to death until I'm not. So I don't let any fear of me dying creep into me living my life fully and unapologetically. And that's actually, I'm tying into many of the things they tie together. I am me, F you. I am me, comma, capital F, period, capital U, period, exclamation point. Go ahead and type that in. I am me, comma, F, period, U, period, exclamation point. I am me, F you. I am me, F you means I am me fully and unapologetically. And I feel if everybody embraced that, as long as you're not hurting anybody, I'm going to be me fully and unapologetically. I want you to be you fully and unapologetically. With tapping into Earl Nightingale's strangest secret, the progressive realization of a worthy ideal. That means you have a goal set. That's the mountain I'm climbing. That's the clarity of what I want. In my health, my relationships, my finances. I want that. And with you taking those consistent actions, being yourself fully and unapologetically, you're living life on your terms. You're not worried about what other people say, what other people think. You're clear on where you're going and you're living your life fully and unapologetically, taking one step after the next. I am me, F you. Yes, I see that. Thank you. Yes, I am me, F you. And it kind of has the F you of what you may have thought when you first heard it. I'm me, F you, meaning I'm going to be me fully and unapologetically. Guess what? SW4 clicks in as well. SW4, here we are on Freedom Day, is not just important in your personal life, it's important in your business life as well. Because no matter what offer you put out to the world, no matter what value you provide to the world, SW4 is going to kick in. What is SW4? I mean, Simon and I could be handing out $100 bills today. And some people say, whoa, there's got to be a catch to this. Like, I'm not going to take that $100. Like, just think about it. No matter what you do, SW4 kicks in. So SW4 is some will, some won't, so what, someone's waiting. Write that down if you never heard it. Some will, some won't, so what, someone's waiting. SW4 applies to everything you do. You can be given the most amazing value in the world, and guess what's going to happen? One person is going to chime in and tell you, you suck. This sucks. This is a waste of my time. And I'm saying that joking, because as humans, the funny part is you'll have comments of thousands of people praising the amount of value that you're putting out in that particular course or video or live training. But that one person who says you suck, you should die, and you're a waste, I wasted my time. Out of all the thousands of comments, the human mind focuses in on the one negative comment. That's just how we're wired. So man, it takes a lot of growth to just know some will, some won't, so what, someone's waiting, and to not take it personally. And you can see all these intertwined together. So that leads to the next thing. Remember the Incredible Hulk? Remember, like, I'm 51 years old as we're crossing paths today. So I'm talking the Lou Ferrigno Incredible Hulk on the TV show back in the day. And David Banner he'd start to feel his emotions start to rise, and like, you won't like me when I'm angry. Well, I've come up with a solution to stop the Incredible Hulk transformation. And I say this from being a Marine. I was a Marine January 1993 to January 1997. 4 years active duty, 4 years inactive duty. My inactive duty expired early 2001, and the U.S. has been in war since September 11th, 2001. I served 8 years, 4 years active, 4 years inactive, 8 years in the United States Marine Corps. I was the honor man out of boot camp, meritoriously promoted in my MOS school, meritoriously promoted 3 times in my 4 years, was up for the MECEP program, Marine Enlisted Commissioning Program. But at the same time, the movie that Tom Cruise was in, A Few Good Men, that was about hazing. You may recall that. That was exactly when that movie was in the theaters, when I got busted for hazing, when we got moved from Cherry Point, North Carolina to Yuma, Arizona, Marine Corps Air Station Cherry Point to Marine Corps Air Station Yuma. We had this one dude who got put in our unit, and he was not, well, let me just state this. In the Marine Corps, there's life and death situations, right? Hey, I need you to do this, and you do it. And if you don't do it, like, my life is on the line, right? So I told, hey, Ayala, go sweep up the base so we can get out of here early. He's like, F you go sweep it up. Excuse me? Like, so that's the mentality of Ayala. He's a good friend now, but he didn't feel part of our platoon at that time. So long story short, I was there to make sure it didn't get out of control. And I did make sure it didn't get out of control. And yet that was one that was raised up the flagpole. So I got busted. I was a corporal ready to pick up meritorious sergeant and get removed from enlisted, go to college, come back to officer candidate school, and come back to the Marine Corps as an officer. However, that hazing incident, the same time A Few Good Men was in the theaters, took me from corporal getting promoted to sergeant within 2 weeks, from corporal demoted to lance corporal, and my MECEP package torn up. So Simon mentioned, you reach the top, you reach the pinnacle, and then the carpet gets pulled out from under you. I was the best Marine on the base, and I learned something very powerful. All those attaboys disappear with one uh-oh. All those attaboys disappear with one uh-oh. Now, they begged me to stay in. I got out after my 4 years with an honorable discharge. They begged me to stay in, and actually the second lieutenant who raised that up the flagpole, he ended up getting out. He's like, Beal, that was the biggest mistake ever. I raised that up the flagpole and ruined, like, the best Marine on the base, the whole path. And now that Marine's getting out of the Marine Corps. Like, I learned in the Marine Corps many lessons, but that one was all the attaboys disappear with one uh-oh. And that means use your discernment. And I'm immune to death until I'm not. So back to circling all these different diversions here, like all these tied together. So this is going back to the lesson I promised, was how to stop that Incredible Hulk, you won't like me when I'm angry feeling. Does anyone else besides me have that, where people are pushing buttons? They can be people close to you, people that are prospects, people that are clients, people that are teammates. When you have those emotions rising, I'm going to share with you a simple process that will help the Incredible Hulk from appearing. It will squelch that. And it goes actually back to a book that I highly recommend called The 4 Agreements by Don Miguel Ruiz. The 4 Agreements by Don Miguel Ruiz. And of the 4 agreements, 2 of the agreements are what I've found make my emotions start to rise. So when I feel my emotions start to rise, I pause internally and say, wait a second, I don't want the Incredible Hulk to come out, because I'm going to say things and do things that aren't going to be the best representation of who I am. So I ask myself 2 of the 4 agreement questions. What am I taking personally? Or what assumption am I making? Because 2 of the 4 agreements are never take anything personally and never make any assumptions. And I found when I feel my emotions starting to rise, I'm doing one of those 2 things. I'm taking something personally, It could be someone, commenting, "You suck. I wish you would have died." I mean, people get mean. I'm not sure if you notice. And that can take your focus away. But when you subscribe to some will, some won't, so what, someone's waiting, if you find yourself with your emotions rising or feeling the need or urge to make a comment or to reply to a comment on social media, step back and say, wait, what am I taking personally? Or what assumption am I making? And when you do that, you can not take it personally and stop making assumptions. If you're going to make any assumptions, assume the best and come to terms with that, push down that Incredible Hulk from starting to rise and continue on in a joyous manner. We're here for 2 reasons. And the reason I came back when I was walking towards the bright white light is a fulfillment of those 2 reasons. The reason your soul chose to come here in this human vehicle that you're in right now, which is one of the most amazing vehicles in the universe, self-healing, self-regulating, like we'll get to that in a second. But the reason you're here is for a 2-word. A lot of people wonder, what is my purpose? What if I can narrow your purpose down to 2 words? Joyous creation. You came here to joyously create. And the cool part is you, with your unique personality, experience, and perspective, joyously create differently than Simon does, differently than I do, differently than Mike Filsaime does. You joyously create in your unique manner. What brings you joy? And going back to the I am me, F you, as long as it doesn't hurt other people. Because there's some people that get joy in hurting other people. I'm not a fan and I don't support anyone who hurts other people. So as long as you're joyous creation and you're clear on what that is, find a way to get paid for doing what you love to do. That's one of the amazing things. All right. So who's getting some value out of this? Is this helpful? All right. I want to respect. Simon told me, I think I got 9 minutes left. Simon, jump in and let me know if that is the case. I want to respect the amazing time that Simon allowed me to share here. I show we have 9 minutes left. Let me know if that's correct. If so, I will continue. All right. So useful, joyous creation. Yes. Awesome. Very good. All right. Now the next thing. So when you recognize you're immune to death until you're not, it comes with the other understanding that I won't die a second earlier or a second later than when it's my time to die. So I'm immune to death until I'm not, gives me that freedom to live my life fully and unapologetically, using proper discernment to live as long as is possible. But I know, based on my near-death experience, the moment that I transition, there is no death. Energy transfers, right? This is like being in a play. It's like being in a dream that you realize, holy crap, I'm in a dream. And when you can have that perspective on this, you now can understand that your thoughts, your words, and your actions are the writer, the director, the talent in this movie called your life. So live it fully and unapologetically, get clear on where you are and where you want to go, and just start taking one step after the next towards that in the joyous creation manner. And also find a way to get paid for just being you, And so at the end of this journey, those people that are around me and have been a part of my life, like at the end, like hopefully we'll have conversations, because I've been around my mother's last breath. She died in 2007 at 52 years old. And my father, 2 years later in 2009, died at 56 years old. I was there for both of their last breaths. And I was also there for several other friends, parents and close friends and family members passing as well. But I'm hoping there's going to be some conversations prior to me going. It's a dichotomy. Live and make the choices that you're going to live to 120 years plus, but also don't make the mistake of thinking you are guaranteed a tomorrow. None of us are guaranteed a tomorrow. None of us are guaranteed a next week, a next month, a next year, a next decade. So you have to live as if this is the final day, right? So the way that I help people understand that is treat this like this is the greatest amusement park in the universe. This is one of my analogies that people seem to love. When we go to amusement park here, whether it's Disney or Universal, whatever your favorite amusement park is, we aren't dilly-dallying. We aren't sitting around staring at our phone, fighting online, or wondering what's happening in the news. We're making the most of that brief trip to the amusement park. Whether we're there for 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, or a week, doesn't matter. Bottom line is it's over before you know it. Simon and I traveled the world on the Marketers Cruise many times. I speak on, I'm original co-founder of that. But the first day, I tell everybody, hey, you guys got your bags, you unpacked, right? Before you know it, we're going to be on the final night here, and we're going to be packing up and ready to go home the following morning. That's just how it is. And trust me, we've had, 18 of them now, 17 or 18 Marketers Cruises, and that's how it is. That's the same how life is. So treat this like the greatest amusement park in the universe. No matter if you're there for a day or a week, it's over before you know it. I'm 51 right now. I'm sure many of you are recognizing the years fly by, the decades fly by. Now is the time. Now is where your power is. Charles, I'll be on the cruise in January. Fantastic. So similarly to going for it like you would be on the Marketers Cruise, or going for it like when you're at the amusement park, your favorite amusement park, give it your all. Stop wasting your time. Start investing your time. And think about this. Like I already mentioned, people want return on investment with their investments, right? What if time is your most precious and ever fleeting asset? If that's true, and I were to come in to audit your time, would you get an A? Like, man, this woman is maximizing her time, maximizing his time. Or would you get an F? Like, holy crap, there's a lot of scrolling going on. There's a lot of wasted time going on. I'm going to give this example that's very powerful. All right, so this device, one of the most powerful devices we have, right, in our pocket, in our fingertips, less than 3 feet away from us all day, will either be an investment to help you use it properly, or it will use you and steal your most precious and ever fleeting asset. I'm going to give you an example. Mindless swiping. You know what mindless swiping is? Hey, let me go check this out on YouTube. Oh, wow. Then you look up and now you're 2 hours later, 3 hours later. Mindless swiping, right? It happens all the time. So, and everybody has different. Some people it's Instagram, some people it's Facebook, some people it's YouTube, some people it's TikTok, some people it's dating apps, some people it's gambling apps, some people it's games, all that stuff combined. Let's say, and I know this is a very minuscule amount, 30 minutes a day of mindless swiping. 30 minutes a day of mindless swiping. We all can agree that's nothing. Like mixing all that stuff together, it's literally hours a day for people. But let's go with 30 minutes a day to solidify this example for you. Times 365 days, you do the math, 30 minutes times 365 days, divide that by 60, that's going to give you the amount of hours, divide that by 40, that's going to give you how many 40-hour work weeks that is at the end of the year. This is going to shock those who have never heard this before. 30 minutes a day of mindless swiping comes out to 4.5 40-hour work weeks at the end of the year. Let that sink in. Now, who's had a 40-hour work week? 9 to 5, Monday through Friday. 40-hour work weeks. 4.5 40-hour work weeks with only 30 minutes a day. Now, let's get real. You and I know your mindless swiping, mine too, is over 30. Let's go with 60. 60 minutes a day is 9 40-hour work weeks. 60 minutes a day. Yeah, let that resonate with you. So the bottom line is, I've had clients that I've taught this to. They text me like, dude, I just got out of this. Thank you. Like I recognize I was mindlessly swiping and it hit me like, holy crap, I can't be doing this. Like I got more important things than mindlessly swiping. Who's shocked by that right there? 4.5 40-hour work weeks with only 30 minutes of mindless swiping. Who's had an aha moment? Type aha if that is a holy crap wake up call for you. Because guess what? 1 hour a day is 9 40-hour work weeks. And guess what? If we truly call it what it is, let's go 2 hours. 2 hours a day, 18 40-hour work weeks. 18 40-hour work week with 2 hours a day. Yeah, aha, very shocked. Yes, you're welcome. This will change your life. No more mindless swiping. Intentionally. The key to life is being that joyous creator, but being intentional. And guess what? If you really look at the metrics, the companies, whether they're dating apps, whether they're porn, whether they're job apps, whether they're Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, the more time they can steal from people, the larger the company and the value is. Think about that. So is time the most precious and ever fleeting asset? Yes. If you look at the companies, the games, Call of Duty, etc., that steal the most time are the most successful. The artists, the singers, the movies, the more time they can steal, the more successful it is. Don't allow your time to be stolen. Invest your time. Now, this doesn't mean, Tom, well, I want to go watch a movie. Hey, intentional use of your time is the key differentiator. Don't waste your time. Give attention and intention to where you are investing or wasting your time, and don't waste time mindlessly swiping. It's 9 o'clock on my watch right here. I want to respect the time of Simon. Simon, I have one other brief lesson, if it's possible to share that. It would take about less than 2 minutes. Let me know if I have that flexibility. If not, I'm cool with that as well.
Go for it, man.
Okay, cool. So I hope all these analogies are great, but here's the next analogy. I mentioned how your soul came here to joyously create in the most amazing vehicle. Behind me, this is St. Thomas. I live in St. Thomas. Some call me St. Thomas Beale now. Sinner to saint, from sinner to saint. But anyhow, here, like for instance, they had Jeff Bezos' $500 million yacht there, along with the music industry legend David Geffen's $500 million yacht. They were both on one side of Yacht Haven. So I took a selfie and I said, with those two yachts behind me, there's $1 billion there. And here's the analogy. You know, you can rent large yachts. You can't rent those two, but you can rent large yachts. You know, smaller, not as large as those, but 100 grand for a week, 150 grand for a week, plus fuel, which fuel is not inexpensive. Add another 10 grand easily. You can rent a yacht for a week. You know, you can rent private planes. You know, you can rent amazing mansions. Let me pose this to you. What if Steve Jobs could rent your vehicle of your body? How much would he pay for one day? Because you can rent planes, you can rent houses, you can rent boats, you can rent cars. How much for your vehicle? As long as you can think and you don't have aphasia, your thoughts can translate to words. The answer is all. $60 billion for one day in your vehicle, regardless of how healthy it is. As long as you can fog a mirror and put thoughts to words, all. Because it's impossible. That's how valuable your vehicle is. And think about it. How well, we talked about wasting time. How well are you, as your main role of the owner and caretaker of your vehicle, how well are you taking care of your vehicle? Are you putting in the proper liquids, the proper foods? Are you giving it the proper movement? Because guess what? Boats that sit in the port deteriorate faster than the boats that are out doing things in the ocean. Similarly with your body, how much movement are you giving your body? How much proper sleep are you giving your body? How would you rate yourself as the owner and caretaker of your body? Because guess what? I'm guessing you take care of your car, you take care of your apartment or house, you take care of any of the assets you own. Question is, how well are you taking care of this most amazing vehicle that if the billionaires who are no longer here could rent it, would rent it for one day for all? And obviously supply and demand kicks in. If it were possible, supply and demand would, it'd go that route, but it's impossible now. So the answer is all. So that's another thing. And guess what? It gets a little biblical, but in the biblical terms, I didn't know what do they call it? Temple. Your body is your temple. I didn't know what I was born poor. Like, I didn't know what temple was. I know what a nice car is, though. I know what a nice boat is. I know what a nice plane, a nice house is. This helps solidify for people. Your body is the temple. Your body is the most precious and most valuable asset in the universe. And the interesting thing is, it was given to us for free, and most people that get things for free neglect it. So don't mindlessly swipe. Take control of intentionally using your time, and step up to be the proper owner and operator of your most amazing vehicle called your name, with your unique. Mine is 9/22/1972 Tom Beale version. Yours is whatever date you were born, your name, and that's the version. So make the most of it. And this is the foundation to Freedom Day. So Simon, there it is, ladies and gentlemen. There it is, Simon. Thank you for having me on here. Gilmore, don't destroy your temple. Absolutely. So Simon, I told you I got some heat to share with your people, man. So thank you for bringing me on here. I saw many people have aha moments, and that's why I was thrilled to be here. So thank you so much for this opportunity.
That's why you are here, Mr. Tom Beale. I mean, you asked for 2 minutes. I wish we can give you 2 hours. I think 2 days probably wouldn't be enough. You can see this is just an example of the kind of value that you are spreading within the community. Charles says, Tom, I needed this. I turned 67 yesterday. Every moment left matters. Great analogy. And I think that this is relatable to anybody, regardless of where you are in your life, regardless of how old you are, regardless of where you are in your current situation, whether you're celebrating freedom or in pursuit of freedom or looking to get another element of freedom. I think everything always comes back in full circle. So, Mr. Tom, I think any opportunity that we have to have you, regardless of what event, you just bring on the heat. You, as you mentioned, you bring on the value. If you received value from Mr. Tom Beal, let us know inside of the comments. Type in value. And just like what Bernard is saying, thank you, Tom. Zoe is also saying, thank you, Mr. Tom, for your wonderful sharing. Tyra as well. And this is just so many people who are feeling the same way. So thank you very much, Mr. Tom Beal. Let's all give Mr. Tom a huge round of applause. Thank you for being here, and look forward to many more celebrations with you. Thank you, Mr. Tom. All right. So that is Mr. Tom Beal. If you do want to learn more from Tom Beal, he is definitely going to be a part of many of the different things that we have been mentioning about. Don't forget, you do have, if we can find it, groove.cm/bonuses. Once again, that's groove.cm/bonuses. Be a part of our small group coaching. Ask for personal help, even inside of the Groove Insiders Club. I think that we're going to obviously ask Mr. Tom to be a special guest to share more value with all of us. And this is where you'll be able to find a lot of the amazing bonuses and opportunities for you to learn more from Tom, as well as all of our other amazing VIP guests. Make sure that you write this down, bookmark it, copy and paste it, groove.cm/bonuses. That's where you want to go. Next, we have another good friend of mine. He has been waiting patiently in the back, and right now, I believe he is in Spain, and previously he was living in Costa Rica. And from my last conversation with him just a few days ago, he's also going to be moving over to London, from what I understand. So if there is anybody who is living the life of freedom, living the life of many people's dreams, wanting to see the world, take his family, being able to support his children all around the world, regardless of what university they want to go to, and being able to move alongside with them, I think this is definitely the epitome of somebody who lives the life of freedom. But just like anybody else, there's always the ups and downs. So we're not going to sit back and say, oh, everything in our life is absolutely perfect and everything is where we want to be. Remember, we talked about the ups and downs of life. And this gentleman, he definitely is somebody that I have learned from over the years. I've had the opportunity to work with him, to travel with him. He did amazing just a couple of years ago within the Groove community. He did a magic show for all of us. And so he is definitely not just a great marketer, but an amazing entertainer. He was also recently in Romania to do their version of America's Got Talent or British Got Talent. And he is just a man of multiple talents. And today, I think he's going to be sharing with us some additional value as well. He is somebody that I've had the pleasure to travel with. I've been to his house all the way back when he was living in Arizona. And I think that it is just amazing, amazing. If you've never had the chance to meet him, definitely this is your chance to do so. We've actually, I'm not going to say too many additional things, but let's just say that we've been to a few parties together. We went to the Playboy Mansion together. I'm not going to talk too much about that, at least not today. But if you want some additional nitty-gritty details, maybe you can twist his arm to share a little bit more. But I do definitely want to bring him on to the Freedom Day event stage. If you can please help me to welcome a very, very good friend of mine. Let's put your hands together for Mr. Harris Thelman. Harris, thank you for joining us. Yay! You're muted. He's much more yeah, you can. He's much more entertaining when you can hear him. So hey, thanks for joining us, man. What time is it? Where are you from?
It's a little bit after 3 p.m. for me. So we're 6 hours from EST, which means you must be at what, 6 p.m. No, sorry, 9 a.m.
It is 9 p.m. now.
9 p.m. That's what I meant. Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah, that's what you meant. Of course.
Thank you, Zoe. Welcome. I mean, thanks. Groovter from London. Do feel free to contact me. Okay. Okay.
Lewis.
Cool. Is should there be an S in there? A Groovester? No, like or is it a Grooveter? I don't know.
Yeah,
So
we're all Groove.
gosh, man, following Tom Beal, forget it. I hope you guys, if you're it won't be the same type of thing. I forget how much him and I are in alignment though in our like beliefs that we're just I don't know, spiritual people embodying this human form for a lifetime. I don't know if you said it quite like that, but yeah. I also, if anyone does know me, I usually have a mustache and a beard. Like, so I'm actually like seeing myself, and I'm bothered by how naked I look on my face.
Shave for us.
Yes, that's what it. Yeah, yes, it has nothing to do with the fact that I accidentally shaved too much off, and then I was like, I can't have a line through my face. So
you can, but you can still do magic without a mustache, right?
I can still do magic without a mustache.
But this isn't a magic show, unless you want to.
I was thinking I would try. I have a couple. I didn't really prepare, but I always have a couple things on my.
You guys stuff up your sleeves all the time, even though you don't have any sleeves today.
No sleeves. So I have. All right. Well, you guys can see I have 2 cards here. Yeah, I have. Let's see. This is my. So I'm going to watch the camera, but you're still there, so I can hear you. So this is my left hand. It has an ace of clubs. We call that an ace of clubs, and then this is my right hand. This is a queen of hearts. Okay, so I'm going to take the ace of clubs, and I'm going to go like this, like that, and then I'm gonna. Okay, so now, wait, here we go. Not very good at this one. Okay, so I have the something in my left hand and something in my right. So what in my right hand, this should be the ace of clubs. Yeah, okay, and then in my left hand is what? Do you remember? Did anyone?
I don't really remember.
The Queen of Hearts. So the Queen of Hearts is in this hand. So it was the Ace of Clubs and the Queen of Hearts. Let's see if this. Let me see how this looks here. Nope, still there. Oh, still there. Nope, still there. It's supposed to be. Oh well, it doesn't help with it.
That?
Do what?
Oh, I thought that was it. Never mind.
Nice try. There we go.
Yeah. How did you do that?
There we go. Thank you very much.
Let's give the amazing Harris Feldman.
Let's try this. Let's try this one instead. Let's try this horrible magic. Hopefully, I'm a better marketer than I am a magician. Here we go. You can see we have a little deck of cards here. Oh, plus a little something else there.
There was something else there.
Yeah, there was something else right there. But actually, they're all monies. All money.
Wow.
Yeah.
I think all of us wouldn't mind that magic trick.
If I could change my cards into money, I certainly cannot change my talent into money. That did not go well. Anyway.
Well, I can change your USD into Hong Kong dollars. You probably remember this Hong Kong dollar from the last time QQ did the.
Oh yeah.
She left it on the table, so yay! I got magic here as well, but we'll have a better show next time. But
okay, yeah. I'll have more magic prepared next time. So what I was thinking. Sorry, I don't like showing my wires. I don't like people seeing my wires. So I was thinking, look, I've as you mentioned, I have. Can you hear me okay now? Does it sound all right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
just
okay, cool. So as you mentioned, ups and downs this year. So I have a company called that a lot of people know about called Traffic for Me. I was actually I had a Groove partnership for a couple years called Groove Solos. So if anyone ever bought Groove Solos, you were actually buying traffic from my company. And this year, Traffic for Me got really badly hacked at the beginning of the year. And I haven't been able to recover. I haven't talked to too many people about this out loud, but I've been that company hasn't recovered. And at the same time, as you mentioned, I've got 2 kids in uni, and I don't want them to have a debt. So I'm, one is doing incredible in the UK and in not actually in the London area. The school's in Leeds, but she's got a job in London, so I'm going to go live there for a year or more. And then my son is going to the Netherlands. So it was it's been a really challenging year if I look at it like a challenge. Something that I've really realized recently is that, you have to sometimes, like I've asked I believe in the law of attraction, whether it's a pragmatic thing that if you focus on a thing that you want, you eventually hustle and get it, or if it's magical and all the stars align and the universe, it's probably somewhere in between that. But I do believe in it. I kind of live my life that way. So I have some goals, and I think sometimes what happens is something has to get out of the way. We say one door closes and another one opens, but sometimes something has to get out of the way in order for you to get other opportunities. So I have a few really cool opportunities that I'm either are launching now or that I've just started that I do want to talk about in the context of how can I kind of create value through them. So one of them is a project with a guy named Flo Kunle, and we're doing something called Create and Grow Rich, which is talking about using AI and how to use AI to leverage your mostly video content and put it up on YouTube, and then a monetization strategy, which I won't get into on this call necessarily. But basically, if you want to make money with write it on my forehead. What should I write on my forehead? That's something with the magic trick, probably. So sorry, I get distracted easily. So anyway, so that if you want to make money on social media, the kind of rule of thumb is put videos out, and if you get 1 million views, you're going to make maybe $500 from every 1 million views or something like that, just kind of with Facebook or YouTube or whatever. But this is a different strategy where you don't need millions of views. You just need a few 100 views, people that are actually getting value from you. And then you sell them your product or somebody else's product. And then the course is about using some of the new AI stuff that's out there. I don't know. I mean, if nobody on this call if nobody on this stream uses AI at all, if somebody on the stream doesn't use AI, you really need to take a step back, and you might realize that you do. For instance, like if you use a product called Canva, there's a lot of AI in that, really. But if you use I use a product called Descript, and there's another similar one called Riverside to do video editing. And I'm not a video editor by any means, but you're able to really edit in a different way than you used to edit, where before you would get chunks of the video and you'd have to get the right place. With Descript, you're able to it automatically gives you all the subtitles, and then you can just cut out words, and that cuts out the section. And then you could just click a button and say, get rid of all the ums, get rid of all the repetitive, it's basically a button that says, give this more clarity. And then there's another button that so for instance, Simon might want to do this once this stream is done, or maybe he's planning on doing it. You could hit the whole video stream. Maybe you want to do an hour at a time so it doesn't take forever, and then put it into one of these tools, pretty much press a button, and it's gonna make clips for you that it'll take all the nuggets from the last 3 minutes of Tom's speech, for instance. That's boom, it'll do that. But it'll take stuff from his entire thanks, Karen, from his entire speech, sharing that he gave, and then it'll make multiple videos. So anyway, those are some of the things that we teach. And then also something else you can do is if I say oh, hey, for instance, hey, Karen Allen, thank you so much. Now you could take this video clip if I gave you permission to, and you could put your own video on top of it. And it's really easy to do stuff like that. So that's one of the things that I'm working on, is something called Create, and we're probably going to call it Create and Grow, because Create and Grow Rich sounds too, biz-oppy, as I say, too hypey or what have you. But Simon, how much AI do you think you use in course creation, in content creation, in how do you use AI?
Yeah, so AI is definitely a big part of the process for many things. When it comes to the course creation, I obviously have been doing this for a very long time. So when I realized that AI can actually shortcut the process, I was definitely very excited. So just to give you an example on a recent course that I was creating on the topic of virtual speaking, I basically just gave, I believe it might have been either ChatGPT or Gemini or something, just an overall idea of what I wanted to create. I want this to be a course that shares the strategies that we have for professional presentations integrated with sales and voice projection and how to use your hand gestures and all of that, but bounded with a more virtual concept. You're not going to be able to go on the stage. You're going to be doing this on the screen. So talk about some of the differences that you might need to do in order to make this a professional course. And so that's what I fed it. And it just basically popped out the different modules and the different outlines and say, so for module number 1, you should have an introduction on the arts of public speaking. And then in this module, this is where you should talk about how to master the projection of your voice and talk about the equipment and a lot of the things that I didn't even really think about in terms of, hey, we need to make sure that you have a good microphone or a good webcam. Make sure people can see you. Make sure that you're well prepared when it comes to a lot of the different presentations that you're going to be doing, whether it's a live stream or a webinar. Keep in mind, those are 2 different things. And that was able to actually break out all the different modules, even without me really thinking about it. And I was like, oh yeah, I should add that to this actual course. And then even after that, helping to put together the program itself, how to put together the script for promoting it, how to do a video for it, how to structure the copywriting for it on the sales page. It just cuts so much of your time into small fractional pieces. It's really amazing when you know how to do it correctly. AI for copywriting, AI for affiliate marketing, AI for other promotions. We do AI for SEO as well. So it's pretty much a big part of the entire process, inclusive of the product creation.
Yeah, it's really incredible where things have gotten already. And I know in the next year or 2 years or whatever, it's going to be even further along. So that was one topic I just kind of wanted to throw out there. Secondly, you kind of have accidentally a good segue to what I wanted to mention, I think, which is, I'm doing another partnership with someone named Telman Knudsen, which a lot of people might know if they've been around for a little while. Look, I had a successful traffic business for over 10 years. So I kind of got out of touch with a lot of people. I stayed friends with him and you and a handful of other people, and then things got pretty crazy, in the US. I haven't lived in the US for 11 years now. I don't know how to engage with people about some topics anymore, so I've kind of lost track of some folks that I was at least marketing friends with. But anyway, Telman is somebody that I connected with. When I first got started in internet marketing, I was partnered with a guy named Merlin, and the first successful thing we did, I won't say the first thing we did a few things that bombed, which is important to note that you got to try again, try ideas and see if you can make something work. We did something called 12-week intensive. And this is, a lot of people have ahas on this. And this is something that I'll tell you what the business model is, because it's a really great way to either get started or to increase an already existing business and to grow an audience, a very large audience, a very large responsive audience. And basically what it is it's kind of like a virtual summit. It's kind of like a virtual summit meets what you and I are doing, which is an interview. So a virtual summit meets an interview series, I would say. And what you do is what I did was and the reason I'm partnered with Telman is because he did this before me. And just before me, and I thought I was copying what he did, but I actually did it a little different. He suggested, I ended up contacting him. This was years ago. And I've done it a bunch more times successfully, this basic business model. This is, when people say, how would you get started if you had to get started with no resources whatsoever, et cetera, it would be this. And it's, you contact experts in your vertical in your niche, and niche or niche. Nobody knows how to pronounce it. I think it's niche. I like niche. And then you get X number. Let's say I did 12. We did a project called 12-week intensive, and basically you get these experts in your industry, whatever market. This works in just about every market, as long as there's more than a dozen experts in your market. You contact them, you ask them for a few things. I'll tell you what you ask them for in a second. And ultimately, what you're doing is you're going to have an interview series with them. So every week, you're going to interview one of the experts on probably a webinar or a streaming YouTube. Could do either or both, obviously, or a StreamYard like we're doing now. That's streaming to YouTube, etc. And then at the end of the 1 hour, you guys are probably familiar with this concept. You sell something that the person that's giving the content has for sale. So it's basically like a webinar in a way, in that sort of way. There's not too many differences between that and a single webinar. But what you do is you get them to agree at the very beginning of it. So let's say we're going to call it the Freedom Day Summit. Well, we wouldn't call it the Freedom Day Summit. We would call it the Freedom Summit, because I don't believe in for this. If you want to make good money with it, you do it over the course of 12 weeks or whatever. So it's just that Simon's doing a summit right now. I don't know if he's calling it a summit, but this live stream that he's doing is basically like a virtual summit. And you're not trying to sell anything, and I'm not going to sell anything at the end of it. Certainly not going to sell how to do magic, right? And then you ask them, the experts, you ask them to, first of all, do you have something that we can, sell at the end of the call? And are you willing to promote the Freedom Summit at the beginning of the Freedom Summit, and then also the week that you come on? So all you've got is a project and a prayer, right? And you get a dozen people to agree. Maybe they're all not going to agree. Maybe, like I had Jay Conrad Levinson come on when he was alive. He's the founder, the creator of guerrilla marketing. He did promote. I was about to say he actually did promote, but I felt like his name was enough that if he didn't want to promote it, he wouldn't have to, but we got him to agree to promote. So anyway, all the experts promote it at the very beginning and say, hey, sign up for this summit, sign up for this interview series, whatever you end up calling it. And then now you've built a list of people that are interested in all of in basically the content. When they sign in, and this is something you can do with Groove really easily, after they sign in for the project, you're going to have a thank you page. And on the thank you page, you're going to also sell something. You're going to say, to get the most out of the Freedom Summit, be sure to buy Simon Leung's whatever, or I guess be sure to join the Insiders Club. If you're not already a member of the Insiders Club, there's a lot of content in there. I don't know the Insiders Club, I'm just saying. There's a lot of content in there that will really assist you in getting the most out of this 12 or 8 week summit. So that's really the idea. There's obviously a lot of moving parts to it, but it's a really great, incredible way. So that's something that I'm doing, and I did want to share with people just in general, because I don't see very many people doing it what we would consider the most profitable way. A lot of people do summits, but they'll put 12 or 20 speakers on all in 2 or 3 days, and your brain gets overflowed. So with the way we do it with it once a week, then you're able to make more money, and now you've pretty much got a business where you're making money every week, and some of it's on autopilot the way we show you how to do it, and some of it's I don't know. These are fun to me, like interviewing people. I've got more pressure than Simon does right now because he's the host of this. So I've got to try to come up with some sort of value. And then I'm, my natural instinct, which I did earlier, I was like, oh, what do you think? How do you use AI, Simon? Because I felt like I wasn't really giving enough value. So, but do you have any questions about that, or have you ever done anything like that?
No, I think it's really awesome, all the different things that you're sharing. And the underlying message with that is, as we talked about, freedom isn't really a destination. It is definitely a journey. It is definitely something where you will have the ups and downs of life,
And freedom is living in the now, where you will have the freedom to choose what your next steps are. And I think you're sharing, Paris, of how you have businesses and you ran something really successful for a while and it got hacked. Like, you don't really know what's going to happen the next day. You don't know what's going to happen in 6 months from now or a year from now to your business. Success is not final, and neither is failure. But the freedom is in the ability for you to educate yourself, to network, to improve your own skills on a personal basis, so that when push comes to shove, something does happen, you do have a next step. You have the freedom to find out that you can, in fact, figure out what your next steps are without having to go back to a 9-to-5 job, or without having to drive Uber or Grab, or what many other people kind of default into thinking, oh, I need to get a second part-time job or a third job or a fourth job. It's the ability to invest in yourself and knowing that, however, just like what Tom was saying, instead of wasting your time scrolling through, swiping through social media mindlessly, all the work that we've done here is in terms of the building of the network and meeting people, getting people to be a part of our community, so that one day when we say, hey, I think that I can help somebody, or I need help myself, it's your freedom of choice right now to be able to build a scapegoat, a solution for your future self. Because you never know, maybe you're going to be the one who needs help in the future. Maybe you're going to be the one who's giving help in the future. And so I remember when you were talking about Merlin, I met him, and he was actually one of the first people back in the day that hired me for a Google Ads. Well, now it's called Google Ads. It used to be called Google AdWords, running his campaign. And he was somebody that gave me that first opportunity. And it was through that one live event that I met him, where it was JV Alert in San Diego, I believe, back in 2006, where I was a speaker. And you were there as well, right? There was the one that was in San Diego. And then we basically was able to meet a lot of additional people that became our friends, that became people that we're close to within the industry, kind of like the backstage guys and gals. And it's just an amazing experience thinking all this time has passed. And yes, we could have gone through years and years without really reaching out, without having talked. But once we have that first meeting, and I think this is like the second time that we've met face to face in like 10 years, not face to face, but like actually turning on the webcam and seeing each other's face in like 10 years, it feels like we haven't missed a beat. I still remember you as the funny guy. And what was your magic name? Was the funny bald guy or something like that?
Yeah, funny bald guy.
Funny bald guy. And that, I mean, that's
Instagram.
Exactly who you are. Like, even before the magic days, like we did some interviews back in the day, like, but we hung out in Vegas, we've hung out in San Diego multiple times, we've hung out all across the States and everywhere else. And it's just who we are. So I think that there's so much that we can continue to share, but yeah, for sure, this is a huge value experience for all of us.
Yeah, well, I mean, along the freedom line, my business was doing well enough for quite a while that I decided to try to become a magician. I'm really more of a comedy magician, So, but I don't know, people, like when I tell people that I'm a magician, like a lot of guys from the UK, they'll say, "Oh, can you make my wife disappear?" They think they're funny. So I say, yeah, just become a magician. That's what I did. I became a magician and my wife disappeared.
Wow.
Yeah, but anyway, not in a bad, she lives around the corner, but not with me anymore. She's like, I'm out. I'm not going to be married to a magician. But anyway, the last thing I did want to mention is I work, I'm doing consulting now for a company called Warrior Plus, which a lot of people here might be familiar with. And there's actually a number of people. One of my main jobs is to do vendor recruitment. So just to mention that if anybody has offers that would fit on Warrior Plus, you can reach out to me and I can help you to make sure that it succeeds more. So basically, it's an affiliate marketplace. Well, it's a marketplace with affiliates, kind of like ClickBank, or you've probably heard of maybe JVZoo or Digistore24. It's actually, I think it's a little bigger than JVZoo, but they're basically held in kind of similar regard to most people, and they're both, they're fine marketplaces, and there's no reason not to have products on both for the most part. So, but anyway, so yeah, vendor recruitment, that means if you have an offer, reach out to me and I can help you make it better. I love doing, I've been doing this for over 20 years. So I love looking at people's sales funnels and helping them improve from, like really the best sales funnel nowadays, or always have been, is like, a low ticket front end, a couple of one-time offers, that's the kind of front end funnel, and then having something on the back end, which honestly is a big mistake that I made with the traffic business. I only sold traffic. I didn't really have a coaching program or, anything big, just buy traffic, buy traffic, buy traffic. So like if I'd have had a, something on the back end, I'd have another, probably a few $1 million in the bank right now, to be honest with you. So that's, we all make, I don't know, we all spend our time how we want to spend our time.
Yeah, but again, the most important thing is investing in yourself at the right place at the right time. There is no better time than right now. Of course, the best time would have been yesterday, but the next best time is now. So with what Harris was mentioning in regards to his skills, in regards to what he knows with sales funnel, that came with obviously a lot of time of learning and improving. So if you do want to improve on that, keep in mind, we do have groove.cm/bonuses. Once again, you can go over here to this actual page. We do have the Groove Insiders Club that you can definitely learn more about. And of course, Harris is going to be helping me to improve the funnel for this one as well. That's going to be a conversation that we'll be having probably sometime this week or next. But regardless, go back over here. Request more information about the free Insiders Club session that we're actually going to be giving away as well. Once you click on that, it will take you right over here to this particular post. All you need to do is to leave a comment, say that you're interested, just like how many of our friends over here have already done, so that we can actually send you over that free session so that you can see whether or not this opportunity of the Insiders Club is for you. But before we actually let you go, Mr. Harris, we do have a friend that is the next VIP speaker, in fact. And I think it would be amiss of us if we just let you go and let him come in, because from what I remember back in the day, the three of us also were very tight. And even after I moved out of the picture, very much like you, I actually left the US probably about 14, 15 years ago now. But from what I understand, you guys are also remain close and working together on many different things. So if you don't mind, stick around, have a few additional chats, virtual drinks or whatever, because the person that I want to introduce next is somebody who is very, very good at what he does. I'll let him tell you the awkward story that he always likes to share about how we originally met. I'm not going to go into that because he tells it so much better and so much funnier than I do. But regardless, after the initial awkwardness, I immediately recognized his brilliance. He was forced, because of his own health, to make sure that he commits himself to learning, to mastering a craft that very few people would ever want to venture into. And because of that, today, 20 years later almost, he is still my go-to person when I think about different things. Oh, yeah, you know what? I think if it comes to traffic generation, when it comes to conversions, when it comes to even deep tricks that is not by the book, that you won't learn from anywhere else, anyone else, not on YouTube, not in paid courses. In fact, last year, after not having talked to him in a very long time, there's a very rare instance where I would say, you know what, I think maybe I should invest in this guy and learn from this different strategies that he or she might be teaching, because this person probably knows more than me. This gentleman was one of the people that I actually invested in, because I know he knows his stuff. I know if I asked, I probably could have gotten it for free, but I didn't ask because obviously we're in business. We're not supposed to be getting different favors from each other. We support each other. Absolutely. If there's win-win, then for sure. But in this case, one of the very rare instances where I felt there's nothing that I can contribute, I want to learn from him. And so I will invest, because not only have I met him, I've spoken for him on the stages. We've traveled around the world together as well. We've even done a couple products, a couple live events, a couple workshops together as well. So I know the quality of his information, and he's going to be sharing with us some amazing, amazing skills. But before we actually get him to share the content, he is going to pop up and say hi to Mr. Harris Feldman. So without further ado, I want you to give a huge round of applause and welcome my good friend. Let's give it up for Mr. Ross Goldberg. What's going on, man?
Hey, Ross.
Oh, an intro, bro. Thank you.
Yeah, man. I need Simon to do interviews for me. How you doing, Ross?
Right. We think Tommy's the MC. I think Simon just killed it.
Right on.
But yeah.
How have you been?
Oh, good morning. Happy to be here. Happy Freedom Day.
Happy Freedom Day.
What if you would have introduced someone that I had a beef with? I mean, especially Ross in general. I mean, Ross back in the day, probably he never had a beef with me, but like I'd be scared if it would have been him and he had a beef.
Fights with anybody I wanted.
Yeah.
I had no regard for who anybody was. No,
no, that would be the perfect opportunity. The perfect opportunity for me to make it awkward for you, Harris. Next time I will plan better.
Yeah. Bring somebody that hey, you owe me money. But so for everyone else to know, Ross did my marketing at that traffic company. It going under had nothing to do with that.
I was just going to say, man, careful.
It's not quite under yet. But I mentioned, you probably weren't listening, but I mentioned before that we got hacked and whatever. But yeah, Ross.
There's a very unfortunate circumstances that I did not create.
No, definitely not. If I'm going to throw anyone under the bus, it would be a developer. So
very true.
Such is life.
And let's be honest, Ross couldn't stand him from moment 2.
That's true. I hope he doesn't hear this. He probably won't.
I don't mind. I don't have to talk to him anymore. It's okay.
Yeah,
you can tell him.
That's true. Well, it was nice seeing you. I don't want to dip into any of your time. I'm gonna. I gotta find. Can I stay on in the back so I can still listen?
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
absolutely.
I'm just gonna go to the bathroom, but I want to listen to what Ross has going on.
Okay. Thanks, Harris. See it. Cool, man. So, Mr. Ross, I know that you got some really amazing information to share with us. Initially, I know that we talked about ending at the top of the hour, but feel free to go through that, past that, because obviously we're starting late. If you need 30 minutes, you have 30 minutes. If you need more, just let me know. You have the green light, my friend, to go as long as you want or need, because we know the absolute value that you're going to be sharing. So
I want to quickly introduce myself. And yes, I have to tell the awkward story, but I actually have something I want to teach them that I'll be selling in the near future. So I'm going to give them one of my next paid products. I'm going to teach it basically. So wow, I hope everybody enjoys that.
Amazing. You need to say thank you to Mr. Ross in the comments.
Well,
right now.
It's unique. I don't think anyone's taught anything like this. This is something cool, especially if you have trouble driving traffic or understanding. If you've ever sat down at your computer and been like, I don't know what to do.
Dude,
this will help.
That's why I invest in Ross, because he knows his his family show. He knows his stuff, I should say. So, Mr. Ross, dance floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. So, in 2005, I turned to my ex-wife and I looked at her and I said, honey, this is garbage. I don't want to live like this anymore. And I'm going to figure out some stuff I can sell on the internet. So I dove in, and you're very welcome, Zoe. Don't thank me yet. You can thank me at the end. I dove into internet business. I was selling stuff on eBay and I was outselling my suppliers. And then things got really weird and I got really sick. I ended up going into the hospital. I was comatose for 10 days and woke up barely able to feel my feet. I'm not paralyzed. I can walk, but I had severe nerve damage and my digestive system was destroyed. This happened because I was vaccine poisoned by the Army. I was in the Army Reserves. They were getting my unit ready to go to war. And it's a really long and complicated story. No one hurt me on purpose. It was just the way things were. And I was vaccinated to the point of being poisoned, and my body just kind of gave out. So in that coma, I made my first $1,000 profit. And when I came home, I became absolutely obsessed with the internet and how it works and how it was evolving and how things kept changing really fast. So I was obsessed to the point of letting other facets of my life go, which is problematic. You know, I was married. I had two children and a stepchild. So I neglected the other important things and just hyper focused in on the internet. Obviously, I did everything in my power to make that up to my family when I could. But after a year of selling stuff on eBay, the business kind of imploded due to someone robbing us, long story. And I've been doing guru type things ever since. I became a best-selling author after selling a dozen copies of my book because I put it in the right category. I did a bunch of seminars. I ran a multi-million-dollar software company where we're doing software production for a bunch of 7- and 8-figure digital marketing companies, including some of the biggest ones that there were. I spent some time with helping to run one of the biggest internet marketing training companies in the world. And I've done a lot of fun stuff, but my favorite thing to do was always to teach, because I went so far into wanting to know how it all works that I saw things no one else can see because I did stuff no one else would do. So I know I'm being a little vague here. It's because I don't want to spend all day talking about me when what I'm here to do is help you. But I do want to tell you how I met Simon. So Simon and I met at the same event that he mentioned where he met Harris. We all met there. We had kind of this big old crew of about a dozen of us that met there that would travel around the world together, speak at events together, feature each other in our products, our stuff. I didn't go to that, actually, Harris. I did not go to the Playboy Mansion because my ex-wife would have left me. Maybe I should have. Anyway, I am weird, but the good kind for you. I had a lot of weird issues with my business that kept me from ever going to like the forefront and being a super guru. Yeah, she did. Hey, that was my point, Harris. So anyways, I see stuff you can't because I did stuff you probably shouldn't. In the early days of my business, I was absolutely infatuated with figuring it all out. And eventually I did. And that led me to see stuff no one else can see. I almost always have had clients in weird different verticals. I've worked in finance. I worked with NLP practitioners. I'm working with a best-selling author in the pet market right now. I've always applied what I know in these different verticals to make sure that the stuff works, to see what actually works so I can understand it in a way to present it to you almost generically. So my goal today is to help you find your traffic formula. And I'm going to do it in a way that I don't think anyone ever has. This is something brand new that I've been working on for quite some time. And give me 1 second. There we go. Okay, so now I think you can see my screen. Can you see your traffic formula? There we are. Now I see it. Okay, perfect. So what I'm going to do, this is actually very simple and very brief. I'm going to go through it and then I'm going to take your questions. So what you sell in different parts of it dictate what you should be doing for traffic in your business. So what you sell, what you teach, what you do, that there are different pieces that dictate different things and allow you to hone in on your best traffic strategy for you. Not because I said it's the best for you, but because you fit into a certain kind of mold. In the end, I'll show you kind of how this would work, and maybe you can save the screen and create a worksheet or something for yourself. So these are the 4 big pieces. And to be honest, there are others that can have a little impact on this, but these really are the big things. So the first one is your market. Your market is hanging out in certain spaces. So doing Google searches for generic terms that apply to the kind of thing that you do. So if you were teaching, if you were doing weight loss stuff, personal training, you would look weight loss city name and see what's coming up, because you want to understand what's coming up in front of the people that you should be serving. If they are finding the same things in the typical Google search, that helps you understand where you can go to get into those spots that are currently taken by others. So look at who the market leaders are and kind of look into what their internet presence looks like. If you can clone that and potentially maybe do a little bit extra, we'll talk about those things, of course. You can not only take their place, but you can become the leader in your local area. Or if you're just on the internet, you would want to find questions that your perfect customer would ask to hopefully find you. So see what they are finding. Sometimes you'll find what I call the Holy Grail. The Holy Grail is when you find someone who has something that should be worth money to them, aren't properly monetizing it, and you can change that for them and take some of their attention. So the perfect thing would be a content piece answering a question that your person should ask, and they have no call to action in it. That is a clear indication that you have someone who's educated, is wonderful at what they do, and has no idea how the internet works. That person is the perfect kind of person to reach out to and say, hey, if I give you $100, will you test linking to this offer for me for a week, for 2 weeks, for a month, whatever? That's the Holy Grail. You could make tens of thousands of dollars from finding just one of those. So again, your target market does dictate a little bit of how your traffic strategy should look. So now your customer avatar. Now, many people will give you these extensive worksheets and ask you, do they have children? Are they educated? What languages do they speak? Are they married? Instead, envision your favorite customer and just talk to them, because the conversations you have with your favorite customer are the same ones you should be having with the prospects who don't know you yet. That level of familiarity, that love, that trust, to build it, you should automatically position yourself as speaking to them in that way, so they can see what it will feel like when they are your favorite customer. Also, wherever that person goes, that tells you a little bit of where you should be. Now, your product type dictates quite a bit about your traffic strategy. I'm going to go deeper into each of these, by the way. So what I'm telling you is just an overview so far. If you do a product where you are a teacher, guru, trainer, software provider, or service provider, you should be focusing on teaching stuff that solves a problem that leads to the problem your products solve. What I mean by that is, an example would be you could teach a traffic strategy, and then the best upsell you could have that would make perfect sense to an entrepreneur is, here's how you can now outsource 70% of that to an assistant or a VA. And I have a contact where you can hire that person who's partially trained in my way of doing whatever. That is the perfect upgrade, because you're giving them the system, and now the next step, you're giving them a way to get most of the work done by somebody else. How amazing would that be? So if you can create a sales sequence of products that looks like that, you almost can't lose. So if you solve a problem in your front end product, but then offer, let's say, a done for you of that product, that's even better. Then the back end is, here's how to build an entire team of people doing this thing for you over and over and over and over again, and making you rich while you're on vacation. I'm spitballing here and making this up as I go, but if you're doing teaching software service stuff, that's the single best way to build out a sales process. Now, if you've got e-commerce products, that's a little different. Again, depending on what you sell, it dictates a fair amount of how you can drive traffic. Because if you're doing teaching stuff, having simple things up on like Amazon, having small courses up on Udemy or other teaching websites where people go to learn stuff, if they look for what you do, you want to be there so they can come connect with you elsewhere and then sign up for your more expensive stuff. You can use sites like Udemy and Amazon to feed you customers. And make you money. Selling a book, there should be a small amount of profit there. So last but not least, and this is the part that most people completely ignore, you. The internet has reached a point where, I'll be honest with you, you can almost do whatever you want and make a great living. Even though there are places you maybe should be going. An example is TikTok for the 30 plus crowd. Is it perfect? No. Is it their favorite website? Maybe, but they're there. And there's enough of them that are into what you do that you can build your customer base on TikTok and do just fine. However, maybe based on their age and the things they're into, more of them are on Facebook. So it would make sense for you to invest your energy there. That's maybe the smarter way. But if you have fun shaking your butt on TikTok and have figured out a way to get them to sign up for your stuff, that's exactly where you should focus your energy because it's what you're good at. It makes you happy and you're having a good time. Because if you're having a good time, they will have a good time. So my point with the you part of this is that the bottom line is whatever you have fun doing, you will do it better than anything else you would try. Okay? So now let's dig a little bit deeper. So this is actually a facet of your products that I haven't talked about yet, but this is really important and something you should think about. Many people are very scared of advertising. And as someone who learned it, who really never wanted to, Harris made me, I'm very grateful for that, by the way. You have to, at least on a small level, even if it's $3 a day of retargeting on Facebook or Google. Do it, make it work, and then invest more in it because it is the only way to control your income. Organic traffic is beautiful. And in the early days when I was an SEO god, I told everybody I'll never buy traffic. It was the dumbest thing that's ever fallen out of my mouth. If I had also spent time learning how to, and by the way, I had people like Simon in my life who would have taught me anytime I asked. But I didn't. And I was arrogant about it. And it was dumb. So now that I understand how to buy traffic and how to do it profitably most of the time, it is a superpower for your business. So anytime we can teach for traffic, we should. Why? Because it instantly builds trust. Boosts your authority, makes you likable. If you really want to help them, or if you really help them, they're much more likely to buy. Even with iPhone cases, teaching them how to use yours in a fun way is memorable. Be memorable. So now I am almost specifically referring to buying traffic here, but this could also be for targeting with search engine optimization or search engine marketing, or attempting to build a presence on a social website in a specific vertical. So certain kinds of products allow us to target differently. Generic targeting applies to almost everybody. So let's say Band-Aids or something generic. You have almost total freedom in your traffic strategy if you have a generic product. The only catch is to convert well, you need to build systems that familiarize people with what you do and why you're the best choice. So something like an advertorial, I don't have time to teach you what that is. It's a piece of content that leads to people needing your product. So generally, whatever your product does, you would explain a really difficult way to solve the same problem it solves. And then at the end, tell them, oh, if you don't want to do this crazy, ridiculous thing, go buy our stuff over here. It solves the problem in like 8 seconds with no pain, no effort. So that traffic is insanely inexpensive. It also doesn't generally convert very well, but because it's so inexpensive, it's almost always profitable. Now, when you move to lightly targeted, so let's say, here, lightly targeted. So what do parents need? I'm going to try and come up with a product. Let's just say cloth diapers. So that's actually a special kind of parent, which is a little more targeted than I'm trying. But lightly targeted is one thing that describes a fairly large group. Now, for these people, native ads and advertorials may not be the best answer, but Google search traffic is totally an answer. So if you're doing cloth diapers, you would want to get traffic for the keyword terms based around people looking to solve the problem. I tell you this because when I first used AdWords, I spent $400 in 1 hour targeting the wrong terms and making no sales. But when I targeted a longer term that was very hyper focused on a product that I had, I was paying very little and I was profiting like crazy because it was a buying term. It was a research term. I led them to the research they were looking for and said, hey, if you want this, I've got the best prices, the best warranty, etc., blah, blah, blah. You should buy it from me. And many of them did. I also learned that if they got on the phone with me, 8 out of 10 would buy. So I got an 800 number and put that there too. They used it. I made money every time. So lightly targeted, again, native ads, probably not going to work for you, but Google search can. You just, again, don't want really expensive terms. For me, it was the term memory foam mattress. That's what I was bidding on, and I lost so much money it wasn't even funny because that was a research term, not a buying term. So my point is, if you can find the longer terms that apply to your products and make sense to the people looking for them, you will be able to make money there. This also applies to search. This also applies to a presence on social media. Focus on the bigger problems that your people are looking to solve with your products and develop your presence around those. So now that we're targeted, we would want like parents of autistic children or parents of kids with ADHD. And we would have, let's say, a supplement for them. This is a bad example. I don't love supplements, but I'm trying to get things done. So, targeted circumstance now brings in social ads, where Facebook ads, Snapchat, Pinterest, X, Instagram, YouTube, you could probably have done with the lightly targeted as well. So now we have more options, but we have to be careful because making these work is a little bit harder. And catching them when they're actually looking to buy is less likely. So you want to have more educational content in your internet presence to make sure that you're helping them see why you're the thing that you have, the thing that they should buy, or you have the best solution. And then when we're talking about hyper targeted, these are things like item numbers, serial numbers, very specific product names. This is generally e-commerce and it's difficult to sell. Things like TikTok Shop. Again, Google search can work for this, depending on what kind of competition you've got. The best thing you could do is do a buying guide for the type of product that you sell. So offer targeting really does a lot of dictating of where you should be focusing your energy and what you should be building. So now this is an aside. This is something that I learned and I think is very dangerous not to know. Most offers are shit. Excuse my potty mouth if that's offensive to anyone, but most offers are garbage. The reason for that is that's why in the early days we'd have these crazy guarantees to try to help people understand that we know what we're doing, we're here to stay, and if the product doesn't work for you, we'll either return your money or make sure that you get the result that we're promising. Now, most agency offers are garbage. Give me a bunch of money, I'm going to do some work for you, and I'm so good that I'm going to make it work and make it worth your money. In general, that's not always true. In fact, it's rarely true. A lot of people are thinking that they can come on the internet today and run an agency tomorrow. And it just doesn't work. A lot of consulting offers are also very one-sided. So what people need now, with the way the internet has evolved, with the way that we as people, we're all now skeptical. If you think about it, you can think of someone who has burned you on the internet, where you paid for something, you didn't get what you paid for or what they promised, or they overpromised and did not deliver. And you said to yourself, I'll never work with that person again. But every time that happens to you, you become jaded, even if it's gently. And it's harder for you to trust someone who would do what they do. So the key is not to do crazy guarantees again and promise that we're going to give triple their money back if it doesn't work. You will get customers that way, but they're usually the bad ones. What you want to do is figure out how to balance the scales. because you and I are reasonable. I'm the kind of customer the average person should want because my needs are going to be simple. If I know you can solve my problem, I'm going to hire you immediately or give you money instantly. And then I'm not going to jump all over you as long as you give me a fair expectation of how the exchange will work. Are we going to talk once a week? Are you going to email me once a week and update me on how the project's going? As long as you set the stage, I will respect the distance. I can be a great customer. But if you don't do what you promised, I'm going to get very angry. So for my agency type offers, I now have an entry point. This is just for me, and this is not a pitch. I'm not going into that. However, this is what I decided to do to make it way less pressure on me and way less pressure on the customer. So now before I agree to work with anybody as time goes on, I do what I call a diagnostic. I've named it the formula, where I go in, I find what they're doing right, help them make it better. I find things that are easy to add on without hopefully adding a lot more time into their workday or their marketing time. And then in the end, my goal is to cut the marketing time they use in half. So that is my 4 to 8 week thing. They pay for it once. They do not ever have to pay for it again. It is delivered at the time when I told them, depending on how much stuff I've got on my plate. And in the delivery is where I tell them if I want to, that I'd love to help them implement this and evolve it as time goes on. That would look like blank. And then I explained what it would look like to work with me monthly after I'd proven my value to the person. So depending on who you're talking to, your target, define their situation. Instead of being focused on keyword terms, figure out who they are, where they are, and what they need. Instead of huge claims, well, okay, making huge claims, the only catch is that you must fulfill every claim, no matter how big. Offer to solve a problem. The solution has to be for pain they want to stop ASAP. So for your offer itself, the product isn't as important as the offer. Nobody tests this part, and everyone should. What I mean is to split test your offer. Sometimes I have heard in multiple occasions in recent history where a payment plan saved a launch. They went in selling something for $2,000 to $3,000, and until they instituted the payment plan, they had like a sale. And these are people that are very good at what they do. The world is skeptical. Believability matters. Your bonuses aren't worth $1 million, even if you say they are. Play with all the pieces, prices, bonuses, the length of delivery, and the method of delivery. Speed is a major, major selling point right now. No one wants to wait 8 weeks for the results you promise. If you can deliver it in 3 days, charge an extra $1,000 and give it a run. See if people want that. Your product, if you have the best solution to a problem, it's your duty to sell it as hard as you can. All pages designed to sell have to be formatted for 2 kinds of readers. This is a trick learned from the mighty Frank Kern. Those that actually read all the way through, and then there are those that scan. What that means is that headlines, bullet points, subheads, those should all connect together too. If it just won't sell, pull it down and transform it into something else. Many best-selling products started at something else. So I'm starting to run low on time, and I need to speed up because I want to be able to answer your questions if you have any. So your market has places where they go. I got this information from ChatGPT, but I did check where it got the information from to make sure it was accurate. And there are a couple of things that I got from them that were absolutely shocking. So if you're dealing with the age group from 18 to 34, you can see, other than Nextdoor and LinkedIn, most networks they grew up on this stuff, but they love TikTok. They're very on YouTube. They're big on Instagram. Generally, they think Facebook's for us old farts. So from 35 to 50, LinkedIn is the best place to reach them, but there's also Snapchat, Nextdoor, Facebook. And again, a lot of people use TikTok. 15% is still plenty. If you want to shake your butt to sell your product, you do you. And then 50 plus, I was absolutely shook. Nextdoor they're 60% of the website. Nextdoor is an awful social network in my experience. It is your local neighbors usually screaming at each other almost all the time. It's great if you're like a handy person or a plumber or an HVAC person or electrician. That's a great place to advertise. But I was shocked that most of the people killing each other on Nextdoor are in the 50+ age range. So I'm going to move on. If you guys would like, I'll give you this. You can download it and look at it yourself. So your target, again, talk to your favorite person, but try to find them on the internet. Because if you can find where they're hanging out on the internet, or even if you're close enough to just ask them, it's a lot of people will tell you to survey your audience. And I found surveys to be inaccurate because most of the people that would take the time to fill out a survey for you already love you. And their answers are going to be skewed based on what they think you would want them to say. So what you want to do is find them talking to themselves. Now, you can go in as yourself to your competitors' Facebook groups, but it might be best if they didn't know it was you. Quora is a great website. It's just a question and answer site. See what people are talking about. Now you're going to want to ignore people like you who are experts, but you want to see how they're talking to each other, the back and forth, the questions, the answers. There's so much information and value in them. So what you're looking to do is find their questions so you can create the best answers. If you create the best answers, you can get Google traffic for your answers to their questions, which is what we all want anyway. So last but not least, I'm going to leave off numbers 3 and 4. Again, I can give this to you. Most of us are either writers or actors. I'm very comfortable on video and happy to write a book. So I'm kind of both. So I get to choose whatever I want. But if you're a writer, you belong on websites that are focused on written text instead of somewhere like YouTube or TikTok, unless you find something like InVideo.ai that will turn any script into a video. Amazing. Anyways, these are also things, but generally these are the things that apply to most of us. You're either one or the other. And again, these do matter, but anyways. So the ultimate traffic strategy should have each of the above: social, content, and advertising. Now, with the way social platforms work, you can find all of that in one website. I would highly recommend not spending all your energy on one website, because if they change anything, you are screwed. Content-based traffic flows in for as long as the content is hosted and helpful. Social efforts, show your company is active. This is very important now because the internet's been around so long. There are companies where people can fall upon their stuff and even buy a product, and they don't exist anymore. They don't get the money. There's no one to reach. They're not reachable, and you're screwed. So all of us, I don't know about you guys, but I look for this stuff. I want to see that they're actually like active on social media, not necessarily today, but within the last week or two. I want to see something. And then advertising is the only facet of this that allows you to control the flow of your traffic. As you get advertising working, you can add to your spend and increase the flow of your traffic. You can literally control your income if you do it right. So for this, I created a couple of spreadsheets, and this is one of them. Maybe you want to kind of create a worksheet out of this. Grab the screen. Let me see if you can see it. No, it didn't show. All right, let me see if I can switch this. There it is. All right, just give me 1 second here, and then I'll try to very quickly answer your questions because I don't want to take anybody else's time. So I built this, and this is custom built, and it actually required some coding. So basically, you can take that favorite person, and much of this is them. If they're male, you would want to click the male things. And you'd want to go into their age range. Education, did they go to college? Sure. Do they have kids? No. Then if you found in any research your own Grail sites, you'd want to check those off because that is important. Those are almost always going to be included if you find, and hopefully you can remember that. Now, if you are an actor, you want to check off yours. If you're a writer, you want to check off these. Now, I had where you could tick a box here and have them all highlight. But the truth is, if you hate YouTube, I don't want you to select that because your opinion matters here too. So let's say you're an actor. Again, custom coding, it does funky stuff. And then now the last one is joy. So you can tick off ones that you love. Again, you love TikTok. You want to shake your butt. You've got a great Instagram audience, and let's say YouTube. Okay. So now at the end, you can look at this and you can see which ones you should be spending it time and energy on based upon the amount of numbers at the bottom. So again, this was not an easy thing to build. I actually had to code this. I had AI help, but anyways, so hopefully you can make something like this for yourself. This is not publicly available because I am not selling the paid version of this product currently. So now let me, all right, I think I stopped that. Okay, so now it's just me. And oh, is it possible to zoom a little more? Sorry, Nick. Where to find the URL to that doc? I can give it to you. Oh, it won't let me. I can send the link to the doc to Simon. He can put it. I'll send it to Simon. Give me just 1 second. If there are any questions, you have maybe the next few seconds to add them. Here. Okay. Grab this link.
Talk about over delivery. That was freaking amazing. Let's give a huge round of virtual applause to Mr. Ross Goldberg. And if you thought that was any indication of the kind of value that Mr. Ross is capable of sharing, just know that that is just barely scratching the surface. There's so much that this guy knows from all kinds of social media, even though he said that he's not gonna stop at just free traffic anymore, that he now goes into ads just on the free organic side alone. He can go on for hours and hours and hours, and probably way so much more than what even those that are charging thousands and really not worth the price. If you're asking me, this guy is able to just completely blow the value out of the water in comparison to all those other, so-called gurus who charge a bomb for their content. So Mr. Ross Goldberg, you can see that there's definitely a lot of appreciation for you. Ingram is giving you a huge round of applause. Andrew is also saying thanks, Ross. Bernard says thank you, Ross. Awesome.
Guys, just find me on Facebook.
Yeah,
connect with me there. I post stuff like this all the time. I can't comment because I didn't properly connect myself to everything. I sent you the link of the document that I was using. Okay. So they can have that, and I just sent you the link to my Facebook profile. And again, I'm not mid-launch or anything, so I'll just share my value and be friendly and be ridiculous. I tell lots of jokes on the internet. So
you are friendly, and if you of course want to learn more from Mr. Ross, there's definitely a lot more where that came from. Connect with Ross on Facebook as his page over here. By the way, I did share the Google Drive link as well. It should be in the comments, but if you're not able to see it, take a screenshot, take a picture, do a selfie challenge, whatever you need to do. Right.
If you miss it here, just message me. I check Facebook messengers for random people who don't know me at least once a day. But Harris, I'm glad you enjoyed it. So yeah, connect with me on Facebook. You do not, by the way, I'm a persona. I have one of the business profiles, so it might be difficult to add me as a friend. If you do it in the next couple of hours, I'll add you. It's fine if I see that you follow me. I have plenty of room.
Sounds cool. Zoe says incredible value. Thank you, Mr. Ross. Seon also says thank you. And then I don't know where you read that last message from. I'm not seeing it. Maybe somewhere else.
It's coming.
Probably the 30-second delay of StreamYard. But yes, for sure. Dude, thank you so much. That was amazing content, amazing information. Any parting words that you would like to share before we let you go?
Oh, good God. There's so many. I will tell you that over 20 years, the most important thing that I learned was not to destroy myself when I made a mistake. I used to refer to myself as a cripple. The truth is, I am quite capable. And the voice in my head was taking so much from me, because being an entrepreneur is hard. But if you take a swing, just stepping up to the plate to do the kind of things that we do, you deserve a pat on the back. And if it doesn't work, that's okay, because you know not to do that again. A test can either have a positive result or a negative result, but it doesn't mean you are the negative result. So try to remember that as you're sorting all this stuff out. And even 20 years in, I screw up all the time. My most recent program, I've had to rename twice. I thought the brands were brilliant. I was so excited. No one understood.
Yeah.
Kind of the whole point. So my point in explaining that is you'll never be immune from it. So try to keep your head up, keep swinging, and every time you step up to the plate, you're doing 10 times better than the person who's scared to step up.
Yeah, it is absolutely always a learning process and continue to be. And that's the theme of this year's Freedom Day event, because usually we talk about, oh yeah, my personal freedom, my financial freedom, my lifestyle freedom, and these are all goals that people want to have. But this year we're talking about, hey, you know what? You can be up, but you can also come back crashing down. And the freedom is your ability to choose, to take that next appropriate path that is going to enhance yourself, enhance your skills. That's why we say you got to continue to network and meet with the right people in the industry. That's why we have people like you, Ross. That's why people have like Harris, like Tom Beal, because these are the people that you need to know and learn from. Get the information, get the insights, learn the strategies, because like you said, you can consider yourself to be a cripple. You can consider yourself to be rock bottom, and you can feel sorry for yourself all day long. Or you could make the choice to improve yourself, see that as an opportunity. You saw that as an opportunity to learn as much as you can, become that master in your craft. And now look where you are. You are the guru of gurus when it comes to traffic generation. It's always a learning process. There's always an opportunity for you to improve, to become better. And that is the epitome. You are the epitome of the Freedom Day story. So thank you very much, Mr. Ross Goldberg.
Thank you so much for having me, buddy. It's been a pleasure. I love doing this.
Yeah, we'll have to catch up again soon, and we'll need to have another session with you, because just like with Harris and with Tom, this 30 minutes is not enough. You have so much more to share.
Thank you again.
Thank you,
Happy
Ross.
Freedom Day, everybody. Be well.
Happy Freedom Day. We'll see you soon. Let's give Mr. Ross another huge round of applause. And George, obviously, very appreciative. Thank you, Ross. Keep swinging to become better. And of course, on the topic of traffic generation, there's just so much that Ross and I are able to break the myths and break the barrier. Ross will also be able to tell you the strategies that he was able to discover, all the different things that the so-called gurus will ever tell you about organic traffic, about being on Google, about being on YouTube, and saying things like, oh yeah, you know, you're not going to be able to compete if there are millions of people out there on Google. You're not going to be able to compete in a world where there's so many competitors and so many websites, and it's going to take you months, if not years, for you to generate any kind of results on the search engines. Just to share with you the kind of myths that we break. So on a very simple search, and you might think that, oh, you know what, not too many people are going to be searching about that because Freedom Day is very unique and it's something that doesn't happen all the time. Just so that you know, Freedom Day is a very common name for many different events around the world. And if people will tell you that if there are competitors, you won't be able to compete, you're not going to be able to get there in a short amount of time, I want to show you just really quickly on the search for Freedom Day event 2024. If you think that there's not much results for that, there's over 7.2 million competitors. Yet at the very top, these are not just our old videos. This is one that is happening right now. We just scheduled this less than 1 day ago. It's already at the top of the search engines. We scheduled this for the Groove platform 4 days ago. It's also at the top of the search engines. And the ones that we did years before is also here as well. You scroll down, you'll see additional content that basically is dominated by us. This is the kind of strategies and information that you will learn inside of the Groove Insiders Club. So once again, If you find that this information is helpful, if you want the opportunity to learn all these different strategies, we want to invite you to be a part of our Insiders Club. We want to invite you to be a part of all the things that we're doing, even to the point where we're giving away a free session for you. Go back to groove.cm/bonuses in addition to the different Groove coaching and personal help that we provide you right here within the community. Also, remember that you get a free session of the Insiders Club so that you get the inside information on strategies such as this. Click right here, request a free Insiders Club session. And again, just like all of our friends who have already requested that free session to learn more about the Insiders Club, to know how to dominate the search engines like Google, like YouTube, learn from people like Ross and Harris, who will also be a part of the Insiders Club. They don't know it yet, but we're going to invite them. This is definitely your opportunity to do so. So come over here, leave a comment, and we will be sure to get back to you with a private invitation to not just a free session, but also how to be a part of our Insiders Club community. Once again, groove.cm/bonuses. Now, of course, this is not the end. We're actually just about halfway through, a little bit over halfway through of our Freedom Day events here today. And up next, we have yet another very special guest, a very good friend of mine. Ever since we started with the whole Groove thing, this gentleman has been a big part of not just the company, not just the community, but an inspiration to me on how he's able to handle all the different obstacles and challenges while on the job. We talk about Freedom Day, and Freedom Day isn't always just necessarily, oh yeah, I was able to achieve this, I was able to achieve that. As mentioned, freedom is your ability to continue to improve, continue to work on yourself and be a better version of you than you were yesterday. I can't tell you how many times that I have seen different types of requests come in, different types of customer inquiries, different types of different people giving me, let's just say, a hard time, or they're just not very friendly in their communication. And I can't tell you how many times that I just wanted to throw in the towel and say, man, this person isn't nice to me, so I'm not going to be nice to this person. The thing is, freedom is all about finding your internal ability to control yourself and to become that helpful person, that good person who deep down understands your customers and deep down understands, puts yourself in their shoes and realize, hey, you know what? This person is coming from this angle. I know that it must have been a frustrating experience, so I'm going to be nice and I'm going to be helpful. And in the end, it all turns back around and they end up thanking him. They say, you have changed my life. You have answered my question. You've done so many things that other people weren't able to do. And that, to me, is a big part of what freedom is all about. Your ability to know that you can be a person who can be helpful to others. You can choose to be nice. You can choose to be helpful. You can choose to be of value. And that's something that I always strive to continue to be every single day. Not only is he good at that, he's also good at networking. He's good at e-commerce. He's good at using the Groove cart system. He's good at teaching. He's good at training. He's good at sharing. And so that is why I believe that Freedom Day event 2024 would be absolutely amiss if we do not invite this gentleman. He has been patiently waiting in the background. He has lots that he wants to share with us. And you might know him as the head of customer support within Groove. I know him as my good friend, someone who is very good at e-commerce and Groove cart. And we talk about business all the time, opportunities all the time. He may share with you different struggles that he has. He may share with you different successes that he has. He may share with you different achievements that he has. I don't know. But again, keep in mind, your freedom is in your ability to continue to learn, continue to improve. And this guy is yet another epitome of that. So without further ado, let's put a huge round of applause, virtual hands, a huge welcome to my good friend, and of course, yours as well. I want to welcome to the Freedom Day event 2024, Mr. John Garcia. Let's give him a huge round of applause.
Mr. Simon Leung, how are you?
¿Cómo estás, señor? Mi amigo. Good to see you, man.
Muy bien. Great to see you again here, Sai. Thank you for the invite. Thank you for participating once again into the Freedom Day event. You know, I'm always be here for you, spreading the love, spreading the knowledge. Amazing event. I just saw the last portion of the last presenter, and I'm sorry I haven't been able to follow up, but I will promise that this afternoon I'll catch up and I'll probably just get into the last part. But I know it's going to be a great event as always, and I know we're going to continue to help and promote the Freedom Day. We want more people to get in that bandwagon of, hey, start working on your freedom, you know? At least in my case, I had the fortune to work for a lot of companies. Thank you, Zoe. So I worked, and I want to just go back for a second here on my beginnings of the customer service part of aspect of it. I was a manager at T-Mobile when T-Mobile was, they had a hub here in Florida. And I learned a lot. And some of the stuff that I learned today, that day, I'm going to share with you today, because what do you need to get to your freedom? You need a lot of parts. You need a good product, a good service. You need to have a good story, but also you need to have customers. So those customers are going to be the ones that are going to drive your business. And I see that Simon just removed himself from the camera, but I wanted to talk to you for like 10 minutes and then I'll do the presentation side. So don't leave. And I was just kind of just part of my intro, because you, my friend, is part of that, because you mentioned in your intro that you follow me, but I don't know if you know this, but back in the day when you started Freedom Day, I was part of your list members. I used to receive your emails, and I'm talking about 12, I believe it was around 2011, 2012. I believe that's when you started your own thing, and I started following you. I was part of your list, and in those messages you talk about freedom and why we should be seeking freedom. And to me, as you may know, as more of the viewers might know, I always start something with a why. I find my why. Why am I doing this? Why am I looking for my freedom? So it is great to see now that the movement is just all the way here, and that you are now leading a great event. And I know that as we go along, we're going to have more stuff. But as you mentioned also, there are things that during that process you need to consider. It's just got your customers. And I see a lot of people talking about their products and how great their service is. Buy. But they don't talk about the how to retain your customers. That is the hardest part. How can I make my customer happy? How can I actually just make you realize that we can find a common solution? As you mentioned at Groove, we do have, and we're still growing, we're still learning a lot of the things, especially as we go along, especially as we actually work with so many people from all over the world, because that's the other part. Now, Groove has become a global company. Of course, with GrooveAsia at the forefront. And we have found new challenges, new things that we need to evolve with. And you know this, that there are many things that we are improving and that we are trying to grow and go with the flow, which is part of the process. Now, at the very bottom of everything is the reason, the why we're doing this. And support has to come from the big why. And I'm connecting Groove and everybody else here because every single business has just an ideal to provide a good service and a good product. So that why should be, if you're doing it, just do it right. Why am I doing it? Because I want to do it right. I want to just keep growing. I want to keep making the opportunities, or rather not the failures, make them opportunities. And that's also a big part of our story as far as with Groove. Now, so I just want to take you in a little journey now. It's probably 10, 15 slides that I came up with a couple of days ago in part of our backstory and why it's important for every single business. Because as we know, the reasons, or the Freedom Day reasons, should be, I want to have financial success. I want to have this or I want to have that. But everything works around a single common thing. You need to have a product to offer or a service to offer to your customer. So that surrounding thing is your customers. I have seen so many companies that unfortunately do not take care of their customers, that literally in months they don't know what to do, they get confused, and unfortunately they fail. And I heard a little bit that is for this event you want to talk to also about failures.
Yeah.
So,
for sure.
and I think failure is the path of learning.
Yeah.
I mean, if you haven't failed in business, you haven't started a business. I mean, I have failed in businesses many times. I have got my hand burned several times, but you learn and you improve. And well, Sai, if it's okay with you, let's start with the presentation.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Friend. So let me get that on the board right now. Let me see, because I have a big screen here. Let me see if I can present this. Let me just share my screen. Okay. Now, perfect. All right. I think that's the best size. If anybody can just add in the comments something, that'd be great. And questions, type them in. Sai, I cannot see the questions. Maybe you can help me with that, because I cannot see the questions. So if you can highlight them, will be great.
Yep, there are no questions at this time, but definitely take advantage of Mr. John Garcia being here. If you have questions, ask them. We'll make sure that they get answered.
Perfect. Okay, guys. So now to get into the whole reason why I'm here, and the whole reason why I am so appreciative of Simon giving me this time slot here, is because I want to talk to you guys about customers and how to handle customer expectations. Customer expectations is a hard topic, and I know I cannot cover everything within the next 20, 25, 30 minutes, but something that I want to make sure that at the end of this presentation, you got to realize is customers are the most important part of your business. Without customers, you don't have a business. You're trying, which is okay. But once you have customers in a way that you have trouble handling them, is because you're doing something great. Remember that. Once you have your hands full with customers and you don't know, or you start experiencing the unknowns and those things that will kind of just make you hesitate to make business decisions as a business owner, then you're doing something right. But in that process, you need to learn how to handle certain expectations. So now let me just show you a little bit more on what I mean. So the customer expectations here is, I mean, the first question that you need to ask yourself is customer expectations. What do you expect? What does a customer expect? And I will love if somebody can tell me, besides of these 4 points that I just put in here, what else your customer might expect? If you own a business, if you are a course creator or sell products, or you work with e-commerce, what your customers expect? So your customers should expect 4 things: quality, accountability, a fast response, and a faster resolution for issues. And that is what I want to make sure that we stress today. Customers expect all those 4 things. Now, anybody in the audience can tell me anything else that they might expect here in the comments. And I'm going to give a couple of seconds to see if we get a taker and somebody is actually willing to share that. And as I said, I cannot see the chat or the comments. Let me see. Okay, I now can see the comments. Anybody in the comments or... All right, we have no more reasons. All right, so let's move forward. So we have now quality, accountability, fast response, and a faster resolution for issues. But now, as a business owner, what are you expecting from your customers? The only thing that you should be expecting is feedback. Why feedback? Because that feedback is the one thing that will drive your business. Feedback is the most important thing that you will have from your customers. Not only their money, because they trusted you with their money, they bought your product, they bought your service, But the thing that you have to always come back for is that feedback. They will tell a story, whether it is a great story, whether it's not a so great story, they will always be the ones that tell you what they feel, what they want, and what they need. So keep that word in mind because feedback is what drives a business. So why? And I just mentioned it, should be the fuel behind every product or service to drive better services and products. The feedback is also the big part that make you grow as a company. You need your customer's opinion. You need your customer's thoughts, your customer's input. Why? Because they will help you improve a better product, a better service. I mean, from any standpoint, if you have a website and you're selling online products, all that you need to do is hear to your customers, listen to them, and gather that information and put it to work. Let's say somebody says, "Hey, I don't understand your checkout process." Respond to that, possibly with a video. Respond to that, possibly with a message that explains where to start. Remember, you are that reason. You are that focus that the customer is given to in order to make their experience better. Now, I got to share something with you that I found recently because this really resonates something from one of the biggest companies in the world. And Bill Gates said, "Your most unhappy customers are the greatest sources of learning." And I find that incredibly accurate because not a lot of people realize how important feedback is. And Bill Gates is the head of a company, or was the head of a company called Microsoft, a small company created back in the 70s. And they understood that process because even though they created a software that at the early stages, or if you are a Windows user, you know this, they have always problems with updates, the blue screen of death. Microsoft has, to me personally, they have learned how to manage bad feedback and bad influence from customers in a great way. Why? Because they understood them. And another word that is key here is understanding. If you understand your customers, if you understood their messages, if you understand their complaints, then you can grow as a company. And Bill Gates' company, Microsoft, understood that. And that's why Windows is one of the most used software used in the world, and or the products like PowerPoint, Excel. But they understand that. They understood that they learn from the bad experiences that customers are having. With that, they have to understand also certain processes. And this is part of what you also have to understand. That whenever you have a complaint, don't take it from the bad side. And I will talk about it in a second. Don't take it in a bad note because there's things that you can do and things that you can do. But be like Microsoft, be like Bill. Bill understood, Bill learned that your customers are the greatest source for learning. So with that said, now let's talk about the good feedback. What do you do when you get good feedback? And what do you do when people are praising? And I started with the good always because on the process of creating big and successful businesses, we always have to start with the good. We deal with the bad later. Some people might defer to my thoughts, but let me tell you why. Once you start working with the positives, then you learn how to deal with the negatives. Don't forget that. If you learn and if you interact first with the positive, then you understand how to work with the negatives. What to do with good feedback? Good feedback is easy. When a customer praises your product, they say, "Hey, this mug is great. My wife loved it for our anniversary," or "This t-shirt fits me incredible." Always thank your customer. Always make them feel appreciated. But now the last three that I'm going to mention, a lot of companies do not do that. And we at Groove try to do that. We try to always keep a list, or I keep a list of always the good, as I call them, the good apples. Why? Because the good apples are sweet, and they will help you spread the message. So, as I said, always thank your customer. Make a list of those good customers and save it. Why? Because whenever you're going to create a new product, or you're going to do a new release, or you're going to update your software, or you have a new course that you want to promote, they are the ones that are going to be talking to others and say, hey, this is a great content, this is a great product. Send them an email. Just create a list, call them good apples or good customers or great customers, and keep feeding that. You have to keep adding new and good customers. Why? Because they will help you. Now, follow those customers. Now, when you have a very exceptional customer that is up to the moon with your product, and it mentions you everywhere in social media and Instagram, he posts about the product, then follow those customers. Because once you follow them, then they will feel the appreciation. In a day in a day and age that everything runs in social media, all that you need to do is click follow. If you click follow to a customer, they will go, oh my God, my brand is following me. That's great. So then you can see what they're doing. And you can manage every single situation. And the last point is get closer and find out more. Just as soon as you follow them, if you get closer to them, if you start DMing, hey, I see that you posted about my mug or my TV or whatever you're selling, or thank you for commenting on the course. If you get closer, they will tell you more. Open up to them and say, hey, I need you to tell me why you believe this was a great experience. I need you to tell me what you found attractive about my product. All those things will bring you to where you need to be. So don't forget that screenshot. I will share this presentation with Simon for the documentation so you guys can keep that, but keep the good feedback in mind. Now, let's just now talk about another little subject that I know a lot of us like, the bad feedback. And in order to talk about something, we got to understand what it is. Bad feedback can be a social media thread, a public complaint, bad word of mouth, and etc. The etceteras are many. Oh, I'm going to talk to whoever, and I'm going to share this experience. But most of the bad feedbacks tend to have two words in common: social media. Nowadays, social media has become a tool in some cases, but also a weapon in some others. Unfortunately, we have come accustomed to a society that uses social media to either praise or destroy. I mean, comedians, products, companies. And we need to learn how to handle that. Social media threats, which we'll talk in a second. Also, public complaints. Public complaints, they very similar to social media, but public complaints, I'm talking about organizations like the BBB, like any other organization within your country that actually handle complaints for a product or a service that people believe that they were not satisfied. And bad word of mouth. Like, oh, I'm going to talk to my group. I'm going to talk to my tribe. I'm going to talk to my followers. Well, this part relates to social media. But that's part of the bad feedback. And bad feedback can be a small comment. Let's say, I don't like the product. Or this product is trash. Oh, this course is not up to what I was expecting. Because remember, expectations are unknown. You don't know what to expect from your customers. But sometimes, instead of the good feedback, you get bad feedback. You get a bad experience. You get a customer that says, oh, I wasn't happy with the course. I wasn't happy with this. So the next slide is going to be what you need to do. That is key. There's 4 things that you need to do in order to be successful in how to handle your customers' complaints and managing expectations. What you need to do. Number 1, do not panic. A lot of people, and I have talked to good friends of mine, other store owners, people that they tell me, oh, I don't know what to do. Second thing, do not overreact. Overreaction has ruined so many business just because, oh, my product is better than the competitor. Oh, I can do this better. Oh, I am the better one. I am I am the only option that you have. Overreaction is well connected with ego, and ego kills companies, my friends. Egos kill companies. We need to address every single body in the world that owns an e-commerce store, that owns a course. Ego kills any kind of interaction. And I mention it because this is the part when you remember your why you started your business, why you started selling that product, why you started working with these companies or these customers rather. So do not panic, do not overreact, and remember why you started your business. But one important key here is expect the unexpected. Why? Because we don't know how an unhappy customer will react. And I can tell you stories about working with T-Mobile, working with my own company, working with Groove, that will probably make the hairs in the back of your spine just get up, because there's people that are really mean. And besides, for the use of another word, they believe they're right. And managing part of those customers' expectations is that they're always right. Well, let me break it to you. Customers might not always be right, but that's what you need to learn how to handle them. So then, in order to understand those customers, what you need to do, we know what we need not to panic and do not overreact. But then, once you are confronted with a situation like this, there's 4 important keys that you need to follow. Be understanding. That's number 1. You got to learn how to understand your customer. If you don't understand your customer, then do not continue your business. And I'm going to be flat out with that. If you don't understand what your customer needs or what the customer wants, do not continue with your business. That is the key. It's not a product, it's not a service, it's understanding your customer. Because when they complain, it's something that was missed in the process of you selling a product or you selling a service. So you have to be understanding. Also, you need to be kind and personable. Everybody that has actually in contact with our team here at Groove, or even in my other ventures, that's the number 1 reason that I tell them how and what they need to be. You need to be kind and personable. Kindness will take you a long way. Kindness will make your business move forward. Why? Because if you understand and you're kind in the process and you're personable and you talk to the person, you address their needs and you understand, then you can proceed with your business. Now, it's important that you need to be a model to follow. And once you understand how you can be kind, you can teach others in your team how to be understanding, personable, and kind. Be a model to follow. As a business owners, as anybody that is starting a business or to grow a business, you need to understand that you need to be that beacon of light, that beacon of kindness that every company needs. And you've got to start from the top. Now, once you have all those 3, you offer the last one, a middle ground solution. Why do you need to offer a middle ground solution? You cannot, as a business venture, you cannot proceed in a business if you do not understand, if you do not find a middle ground solution. You cannot give your house away. That's rule number 1. You cannot give everything away. You have to find a middle ground solution. And I'm going to tell you right now why. So you don't want to give your house away, but give them everything to the customer. But this is why you need to keep that in mind. Whatever you offer to the customer. Oopsie, I think I clicked in the same. I duplicated this slide. Sorry. Lastly, you got to keep moving forward. That's what I wanted to say. But I think I just moved the presentation here a little bit. Sorry. Middle ground. We're talking about middle ground. Sorry about that. I kind of just got confused with the slides. So the middle ground. Middle ground is a solution that is the one that allows you to realize what the customer is willing to accept. You're not giving your house away, You're not giving everything for free. You're not giving everything. Maybe if you have to, you have to, but we'll talk about it in a second. But always try to find that middle ground that allows you to realize what the customer is willing to accept. That is the point that you want to get to. That middle ground will actually make or break that relationship with that customer. And how do you find a middle ground? So like, hey, the product arrived broken. Maybe it wasn't me when we packed it. Maybe it was during the shipping. Maybe it broke. Okay, how about if I refund you 50% of your purchase? Or how about if we replace it if you have the capacity to do so? Or how about if we give you credit for a new order? There's many ways that you can go about, but I cannot go in too deep on that because we all have different businesses. We'll have different ventures. We'll have different goals. Always study that middle ground carefully because that will decide what you're willing to do and what you're willing to share with the customer in order to find a solution for a problem. Now, I know it's a larger topic, but I have a couple of more minutes here to go. But I will try to continue here. And if you want to connect with me in a different situation, how to manage these things, I will have my information at the end with Sai. Now, what happens if you find that middle resolution and you give away a solution for the customer? Why is the customer satisfied, and what to do next? So like, oh, well, most business owners will tend to believe, I don't want to sell to this guy anymore. I don't want to deal with this guy anymore. I don't want to do more business. No. What you need to do, thank him for the opportunity. Tell him, thank you, I appreciate the opportunity. If the customer is satisfied, by the way. If the customer is satisfied, you tell them thank you. Anyways, you say thank you for the great opportunity again, for the trust to earn your business. And keep them on a naughty list. I have a bad apples list, but I put naughty here as an example. I have the bad apples list as well. Why? Because just like green apples, they might be sweet, they might be sour at the beginning, but they're sweet at the end. And anybody that has actually eaten a green apple will notice that they're sour at the beginning, but once you start chewing them, you start enjoying them, then you find the sweetness within. But keep them around, keep them on the list. Maybe they will never order from you again. But what they will do is they will have you in their minds because they had a good experience. The ultimate goal is for them to order it again. But if they don't, it's no problem. Keep them on that list because if they order it again, that will give you the option to say, hey, appreciate the vote of confidence again, share your experience. Now you want to take that and turn it around. Make sure that they are the voice of your company. Make sure that they share your products in social media. Instead of complaining, tell them to share the product, the experience. So always keep those bad apples around because they will help you grow, because they will help you understand your business better. And a last thing is move on and keep working. Do not let that to be taking you down. Do not let criticism, bad feedback to knock you down and to keep you down. I mean, the best and greatest journeys there are the ones that you enjoy. Even in the rough patches and in the rough moments, you always have to make sure that you get what you need to get and that your customers are satisfied and you, more importantly, are satisfied. Now we talk about if they are happy with the resolution. Now, what happens if they're not happy with the resolution? If they're not satisfied? You tell them. Ask them for a resolution. You say, hey, Mr. Customer, I know you're not happy with the interaction. I know you're not happy with this. What can we do for you? As we say, throw the ball in their court. Now it's up to them to say. But now, you have to be ready to accept a loss because maybe they say, you know what, I just want my money back. In some cases, in some instances, in businesses, you have to start using some measurements to understand how to accept a loss financially. It's a business at the end of the day. So within your business, you have to realize what kind of loss are you ready to accept. If it's a full loss, mean a full refund, perfect. Offer a refund, 100% refund. No questions asked. Sorry for the missed opportunity to help you, and never apologize. Never apologize when you're giving your money back. Said sorry for the experience, but we apologize for not able to this. In some instances, it's okay to apologize, but when somebody flat out asks you for the refund, we're sorry to let you go. Remember, they have the right to buy your product, but the reason why I mentioned not to apologize is how, when they ask for, or they present the issue. If somebody's coming to you, and I should have started with this, when somebody starts with you an issue that they have, and they comes out gun blazing and insulting and berating and using coarse words and being mouthfuls, then you don't need to apologize. Just cut the ties, be ready to accept the loss, and move forward. Keep that customer in mind. Keep those bad apples in check. Keep following them. Keep watching what they do. Why? Because there might be an opportunity somewhere around the day. But I believe that once somebody comes in guns blazing to do a complaint, and they start using bad words and insulting your team and insulting your product, then it's okay to accept the loss. Thus, that's the part that you need to also understand as a small business owner, as a person that is starting your business. Be ready for all that, because it's going to happen. As I said, in business, you will see a lot of things. So, on this topic, when the customer is not satisfied, be ready to accept the loss. Now to end, because I know it's 11 a.m. I'll be really respectful of the time. As a final note, this is also somebody from a writer, Elmer Hubbard. He said, "Men are rich as only as they give. He who gives great service gets great rewards." So don't forget that. Bring your A game when it comes to customer satisfaction, to customer experience, and to customer service, and you get all those great rewards. And Sai, if you're still here, I just wanted to say happy Freedom Day to everybody. And I know this was short and sweet, but in Leo time, I want to be really respectful. I know you have a lot of guests, and I was trying to catch up. And Van Luthra says, when are the Groove CM bugs are going to fix? The live event is useless without a proper walking platform. Oh, well, thank you, Baron, for the feedback. And well, we're still working on those. We are actually doing a lot of things that, as Mike announced a few weeks ago, we actually are working in a lot of those little bugs, those pesky bugs. But I appreciate the feedback. And if you have any question, please do send us an email to support@groovedigital.com. If you don't hear anything, do me a favor. I'm going to spell this out in the chat. You can write an email to me directly. So let me just see if I can, or Sai, if you can do me a favor, can you type? Because I don't know how to manipulate this thing. I'm working. So my email address, my personal email address here in Groove is jgarcia@groovedigital.com. So Varun, if you have more specific questions that we can help you address, feel free to contact me. And if you have specific needs, that'll be perfect. So we can actually do that. That's my email directly. So you're getting to the top of that part of the company, and we will be more than happy to help you. And guys, with that, I gotta run because I also have another commitment in a few minutes. I'm gonna close these up. I'm gonna stop sharing my screen. And Sai, thank you very much, man.
Sounds good. Thank you, Mr. John Garcia. Let's give John a huge round of applause. And you got to see the man in action. Everything that he just talked about, and with professional pose and everything else, he just handled it like a champ. So thank you very much, Mr. John. We'll catch up with you soon.
And exactly. So just be cool with everybody. Have a great time, Sai. I'm sorry, I was really tired. I wanted to try to help you out with your schedule. I know I'm 3 minutes late, but that's acceptable. And I will see you around, guys. Have a great event, and we'll chat soon, okay?
Thanks, John. See you.
Bye-bye.
Yep, that was Mr. John Garcia, but we are absolutely not yet done, because we're going to move right on to our next VIP guest, who, of course, is none other than somebody who is a very good friend of mine. In fact, we worked on multiple different projects together. We are close with our families. he just visited me here in Malaysia alongside with my business partners in KL just a couple of weeks ago. And we have already made plans to hang out again when it comes to different places. Maybe we'll meet in Taiwan. Maybe we'll come back to Malaysia or in the US. We're talking about going to Florida, talking about going to Disney World. So that's the kind of network and relationships that we have as well. Now, on the business side, this guy is also a huge genius when it comes to anything internet marketing, search engine optimization, as well as building traditional businesses like agencies, network marketing, building teams, doing sales. This guy is a gem of information. It's difficult to get him on. In fact, he only popped up a couple of minutes ago, but very much worth the wait. All the way in the US now, I have my good friend. Let's give a huge round of applause and welcome Mr. Jerry Chen.
Hello, everybody. Good morning.
Good morning. You look so serious.
Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. And it's good to be here.
Yeah, good to see you as well. And then we got, you remember Zoe?
Yes,
Zoe
of course.
in
Hi, Zoe.
Malaysia. She's saying hello to you. Great to see you again. Warm welcome. Fly is also saying hello to you, as with many others who are here. So, Mr. Jerry, I know that you are a busy guy, and there's just so much of expertise that you might have when it comes to marketing, to AI, to business and entrepreneurship. What do you want to talk about today, if as pertains to Freedom Day?
Yeah, I think it is such a phenomenal idea that you conceptualized and put it into action since 2005. You know, after quitting at this little company called Google, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now, 19 years later, you're still at it, and I want to applaud you for being able to not just to sustain your own business, but offer such valuable event to everybody else who either maybe aspiring entrepreneurs or already making fantastic income and creating great lifestyle. And to make a long story short, I think I look at what the other speakers have already spoken about before me. I want to make sure you to whoever is watching now or this recording as a continuation of what they had already started. And what I want to do within the next maybe 20-25 minutes or so is to actually display a framework that I'm working on right now. It is being passed on to me. I did not create this. I'm going to show this in a minute, but I have actually worked on every single piece of this framework that I'm going to show the audience. I don't take credit for creating this framework, but I have worked on every piece of this framework. And in fact, I have created multiple seven figures in every channel of this framework, which I'm able to show you. And I actually showed this to Simon a little bit ago when I was in Malaysia with him. And this will actually illustrate some of the key points that was shared by John Garcia, that was shared by Harris Feldman, and also that was shared by Ross Goldberg. And I think this will be a tremendous value to whoever is watching. I will also do a demo on something that we're working on internally in our agency. It's also something that I had shown Simon and his business partners. I think it's pretty cool to be able to kind of showcase this just so you guys can kind of see the possibilities of what's out there. I believe that right now, as the global economy is in a bit of a downturn, I think it's an exciting opportunity for people who are aspiring entrepreneurs to be able to understand the opportunities that are out there. I believe that a lot of the people that are watching now have what it takes to become successful. All it takes is just a little bit of encouragement and a bit of a push from a coach or a mentor like Simon. So without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. I'm going to talk a little bit about the framework, and I'm going to talk about just one little piece that I can maybe show you in terms of what you can do with the power of AI and automation. So I'm going to go ahead and present. Entire screen. So Simon, I don't see you. So maybe you can tell me if you can see my screen.
Yep, we can see your screen.
Okay, cool. So guys, this is a lead generation framework that that is extremely comprehensive, and depending on what industry you're working in, this may apply to your entire business, or at least a portion of this framework will apply to your business. And I got this framework laid out in this way from my coaches, Matt and Leo. They are in the agency world, and they have built multiple eight-figure agencies over the last 12 years, and they sold 3 of them, all for 7-figure or above. And so this is a proven framework. And what I want to touch on is that whatever industry you're in, whether you're in digital marketing, affiliate marketing, or network marketing / direct sales, this will apply to your business. I'm going to talk about just the high level concepts, and I'm going to dive deeper into one specific way of monetizing this type of framework. Okay. So when it comes to partnerships, think about things like a white label or referral, media, or JV. So I'm going to unpack this a little bit. All right. So referral, sometimes people think of it as word of mouth advertising. So that is definitely applicable to something like direct sales or network marketing, right? And even affiliate marketing, you could definitely do it through word of mouth. Basically, you figure out a way to find a offer that will pay you a commission or some kind of fee for referring a sale. So partnerships is definitely a great way to drive traffic and sales. Outreach, think about things like email, social media DM, or in-person connections like networking events. That's another way to generate traffic. And I remember earlier, Ross was talking about traffic generation and all that, right? He created a framework as well. So I wanted to make sure that you guys understand where it fits into this overall picture, right? That traffic generation is basically this top piece right here: paid ads, content, outreach, partnership. These are ways to generate traffic. And then as you work down the flow of this framework, you can see lead magnets, right? That's where you create a valuable piece of content, a tool, a software, or something that is valuable enough for people to give up their personal contact information in exchange for this lead magnet. Again, it could be an ebook, a video series, it could be an actual software tool. You know, nowadays with AI, you can build tools fairly easily, right? And then after that, you send the people to maybe an email flow of some kind, right? You build your database. And once people are in your database, you can then put them through all kinds of different promotional events or offers to get them to commit more to your brand, to your community, to your team, or whatever it is that you have to nurture those leads. So you could see many different ways to nurture those leads, right? You can have unique merchandise. You can have further content to increase the value or the perception of value of whatever it is that you may want to promote, right? You can have appointment setters that talk to them about the next upcoming event, either paid or free. You can have a community like Groove, right, where you can network with other like-minded individuals. You can have newsletters about latest news in your industry, live workshops, and so on. I think John and Ross and Harris have already done a great job talking about some of these pieces, so I'm not going to go into that. And then later, you feed people to a process of qualification. So you can qualify them based on their intent, based on their behaviors. And again, through the previous blocks and processes, you should have enough data to figure out if they're qualified or unqualified. And here is what I think is the missing piece for a lot of people. They usually have only a single offer, meaning they only have a specific service that they offer in the business, right? Like in my agency, I offer SEO services, okay? If you're in network marketing, you may offer a marketplace platform like Shoply. Simon might have talked about that. Or you have some kind of a skincare product or nutritional products or what have you. And that is the only thing that you have. So I would say 95% or more of the time, people are not qualified. So what do you do with the people that are not qualified, right? You can continue to nurture those leads, but you don't want to personally spend time with them. So what you can do with the unqualified leads is you can refer them to some kind of affiliate program to buy something else. You can create some kind of course to sell them, even if it's just $7. Or you can have a coaching program where you can coach them on how to build a business of a different type. Okay, so it is important that you figure out ways to monetize as much as your traffic, as much as your lead flow as possible. All right. So this is a big framework, and we're offering this to our clients in our agency, in our AI automation agency called thrustiq.com. Shameful plug there. So you could go there. We're going to offer you a free, no obligation, no salesy overview audit of your business if you want something like that. So we're building this out for our clients. And what I want to do today is to just show you one specific flow pertaining to content creation. I think this would be really valuable for you. I'm going to talk about a very simple strategy, and I'm going to show you how we build automation in action. So for now, I'm going to talk about creating content for YouTube, for example, or in social media, right? So YouTube is super popular, and we have a really simple strategy called RAP, okay? Research, analyze, and produce. I'm going to say that one more time. RAP stands for research, analyze, and produce. And I certainly just made this up, but this is really just the process that we go through. And so a lot of the times, people want to create content on social media, but they don't know what to create. So they just think of topics that they think people may be interested in. And guess what? They just create a content, and then at the end of the day, they don't get enough views or they don't get enough traction. Why? Because they didn't do enough research on the front end. And this is something that we do commonly in SEO. We have to do a lot of research because SEO is really complex. And in order to make the best use of our time, we invest probably 70 to 80% of our time doing the research, and the rest of the pieces will follow, because then the rest of the pieces will actually produce effective content that bring results. All right. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to show you a research process. The analyze and produce, I'll talk about it, but I won't actually show you because of the time that we have today. So when you do research, I'm going to actually bring in another spreadsheet here. Just give me a second. So here is a spreadsheet. Simon, can you see the spreadsheet here?
Yep, can see.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So let's just say we want to create some content about side hustle ideas, right? And if you're not familiar with the phrase side hustle, it really just means you have a full-time job or a business, and a side hustle is something that you do on the side on a part-time basis that can bring you income. Okay, so let's just say you want to create some content on side hustle ideas, and then let's just say we want to follow this framework here as well. So if side hustle ideas is your, let's just say you have a coaching program, right? Simon has a coaching program called the Internet Insiders Club, right? Let's just say I created a new coaching program today called Side Hustle Today, right? Side Hustle Today. I'm going to bring you the latest and greatest side hustle ideas. I'm going to show you how to then turn these side hustle ideas into money. Okay, let's just say that's my coaching program. It's Jerry's coaching program. So the way I would produce content is I would do research first. I'm going to follow my own advice here, right? I'm going to do research, I'm going to analyze, and I'm going to produce content. So the way I would do research is I would go to YouTube. Okay, I'll go to YouTube, and I'm going to get the top side hustle ideas results. I'm going to then grab the name of the channel. I'm going to grab the URL of the channel. I'm going to then feed the URL of the videos, the top videos, into a transcription engine. And then I'm going to take the transcript. I'm going to send that to maybe some kind of analytical tool to figure out the sentiment of the content. And then I can think about what I may want to produce for my own content. All right. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to show you a process where you can use automation and AI to do research very, very quickly. So you notice this row here is for side hustle ideas. I have multiple different ideas if I want to go through the entire thing. But today, because of the limitation of time, I'm just going to go through this row here. So I'm going to launch a business called Side Hustle Today. I'm going to do research on side hustle ideas from YouTube. And I'm going to grab the video name and the video URL. And then I'm going to grab everything about that specific video, and I'm going to transcribe the video. All right. So I'm going to basically run through this entire process using an AI/automation tool. I'm going to bring the actual operation of that entire automation into the screen so that you can see the entire process unfold right before your eyes. So don't blink. Let's go do it right now. So I'm going to grab the video name and the video URL. And fingers crossed, tech demos sometimes will have glitches, so wish me the best. I'm going to go ahead and play the steps now. Now we're going to grab video name and video URLs. So here's the automation. It is running now. So my hands are here, so you could see it's running by itself. And then you're going to see the spreadsheet populate on the background. Let's give it a few seconds. Let's give it a few seconds. So now you can see the automation grabbing all the information that I need. And now we got 23 video names and video URLs. So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to show an automation of how I then grab the URL here of this video or these different videos. And then we're going to grab the title, channel name, URL, number of views, description, and then transcribe the entire video. Okay, so all of this is the first step of the wrap process. So here we go. So this one will take just a little bit longer. It's a bit more technical for the automation tool and AI to process, but you're going to see the entire thing in action. So what this is doing now is this loading the video. YouTube has its own ads and all that. And this is the last demo I'm going to do today. Again, to respect everybody's time. But I hope you get some value out of this. So what's going to happen is it's going to pause the video. It's going to then grab the title, the channel name, description, send this video into a transcription engine, transcribe the entire video, and then put all of that data into a spreadsheet. So give it a few more seconds. So now it's pausing. You can see that green box. You can see the green box moving. And then it's going to transcribe the video. So again, all of this is automated, hands-free right here. And I know Harris had talked about AI a little bit earlier in the day. So this is really just a continuation of his talk. There's many, many use cases of how AI could work in your favor, whether you're a new entrepreneur or you're a seasoned entrepreneur running a big business. So you can see right there, it populated and we actually got all of the data that we needed. And we could iterate this over and over and over based on the framework that I showed you earlier. You can really do a lot of damage in a good way in terms of business productivity and revenue by truly following a blueprint or a framework like this and have the right guidance from a mentor like Simon. I believe you can do some amazing things as an entrepreneur and a business owner. So I'm just going to pause here for now. I know my time is almost up, and I'm going to stop the screen share here. Let me go back to StreamYard, and then I'm going to figure out how to stop my screen share. So I might need some help.
I got it. So
okay, cool.
Very cool stuff, and that's even next level than what you showed me in Malaysia a few weeks ago. But of course, if there's anything that has to do with automation and AI for the purpose of improving your life as well as for your clients, you're definitely the man to talk to. So very cool. Thanks so much, Jerry, for sharing all of that. But being in the spirit of Freedom Day, any last minute words that you might want to share with our participants, our attendees, whether watching us live or on the replay? Because when it comes to freedom, of course, there's many different definitions, and it can be from achievements that you've already had. It might be with failures. It might be an entire learning process, because we know that neither success nor failure are final, and you do have the advantage, the freedom to make choices, to continue your education and to improve upon yourself. So based on what you've shared, and now that we are in the era of AI, what parting words do you have for our friends with us here today?
Yeah, I think on top of my head, if I could just share one piece of nuggets, it is that change is inevitable, but the learning is optional. You have to make a choice whether you want to learn from an ever-changing world. There's a lot of changes coming our way, or that has come our way in the last couple of years. COVID being one, AI, people, my friends in the crypto world were just like, they're freaking out today because Bitcoin is down, whatever. Like the entire market is down. It's not just crypto. It's also, stocks and all that, stock markets around the world. And so I think change definitely is inevitable. There's a lot of changes in life. Like Simon, you had some changes in your personal life now that you have 2 kids and all that, right? So that's definitely a big change. But what do we learn from the process of change, and how do we continue to evolve and improve and adapt and be the best version that we can become at that specific moment in time? I think that's probably the most important thing that I have learned over the years. Success come and go. Sometimes even friends come and go, right? But what do you do? What do you do when you face something like that, and how do you see yourself? How do you become the better version of yourself day by day, moment by moment? I think that's a decision that you'll have to make. And if you can come to the realization that it is truly the only way to continue to become successful is to adapt and change, then I think you'll be in a good place, whatever success means to you.
Yeah, for sure. So thank you very much, Jerry, for sharing all of that. And of course, we mentioned that you're also an expert in so many other things. We didn't even get into SEO, search engine optimization, not too much into agency building, definitely not into building teams and business opportunities and things like that. So, of course, if you do want to learn more from Jerry, first of all, let us know inside of the comments. Thank Jerry. Thank you for his time. But one thing that I've also been talking to Jerry about, in addition to being a bigger part of all the different businesses that we have that's already running, both locally in Malaysia as well as globally all around the world, a couple of weeks ago, Jerry actually joined a session of the Insiders Club, and he was watching another one of our VIP guests who was sharing about AI, automation, and so many more on copywriting, email marketing, and all that stuff. It just makes your life so much easier. So if you do want to learn more from Jerry, in addition to connecting with him, definitely take full advantage of being a part of the Insiders Club. Again, come back over here to our bonuses page, groove.cm/bonuses. And once you're there, when you scroll down just a little bit, you will see exactly how you can not only get a free session for the Insiders Club, but also be able to request more information about that as well. All right. So with that, that is definitely something that we'll want more to hear from you. Thank you very much, Mr. Jerry Chen, for joining us. We look forward to hearing more from you next time.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye, everybody.
All right. Thanks. And just in time, because to wrap up Freedom Day and our special Freedom Day event, we have a very special VIP mystery guest that isn't in the industry, that wasn't a partner of mine in any of the live events or the product sales or the different things that we've done, but nonetheless is a very big part of our community right now. Now imagine all the experts that you just heard from. People like Jerry Chen, people like John Garcia, like Ross Goldberg, like Harris Feldman, like Tom Beal. How many of you are interested in learning how to work with them? Not just learn from them, but to work with them. You see, it's very rare that an opportunity like this actually comes around. And it just so happens that several short weeks ago, an opportunity just landed onto our lap. It gave us a chance, an excuse, a reason to reconnect with the best minds in the industry. And we're going to do something absolutely amazing. How many of you want to be a part of something amazing? If you do, type in amazing inside the chat, because the gentleman I'm about to introduce to you, I'm not going to go through the 15-minute intro that I did for him the last time, because he's got to be out of here by the top of the hour for another live event that he's doing. But this guy, he is a genius when it comes to marketing, when it comes to sales, when it comes to building businesses as an entrepreneur. He is a humble father of two, and he, in his previous company, built it up to multiple billions of dollars. Now, if you know anything about the industry, you know that if you are to go into the billions of dollars, you better do something very differently than what we've been doing now. My question to you is, how many of you want to meet this guy, want to learn from him, get inspired from him, and maybe, just maybe, have the chance to collaborate with him in the future? If you do, type in yes inside of the comments, and I'm seeing amazing, amazing, amazing from many people. Without further ado, I want to bring in our final special VIP guest. It is so hard to get him on here, and I always stress out because I never know if he shows up or comes on time, but he's here, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together for the one, the only, Mr. Nick Sarnacola.
I'm raising the roof. Let's go.
Happy Freedom Day. You probably don't know what that means, but
Happy Freedom Day. How are you?
Good, man. So I know that you're busy. We haven't even had the time to talk about what you're going to be talking about here today. But I say share stories. Let's inspire. Let's get people to take action. Let's get people to dig themselves out of the rat holes that they're in and get them, motivate them to live the freedom that they know that they deserve and we know that they deserve.
Well, tell me, how's that baby treating you, buddy? You doing good? How's your dad life?
We're doing good. We're doing good. And I'm trying to, tackle also doing things with you and being up at 8 a.m. for the different webinars that we got going on because we're in opposite time zones, 12 hours apart, but there's no sleep. I don't think we're going to be sleeping for another few months, but definitely not for the next couple of weeks because I know that there's going to be an exciting launch that's happening in just about 2 weeks' time, and I don't expect any rest up until then.
Well, I'm looking forward to this conversation. Let's get at it.
Cool. So Nick, tell us a little bit about what you do, your background. Tell us about this coveted, what's this multi-billion-dollar company that you once built, and what are you up to these days?
Yes. So 27 years, direct sales, network marketing. I've done every other industry as well, real estate, development, passive investments, tech, cannabis, etc. But my major focus has always just been team building worldwide. I'm the founder originally of Visalis, Body by Vi, the 90-day challenge. That's how I met Cy. We did a couple billion in sales. It was acquired. The assets were acquired by Prove It and LaCour Enterprises 5 years ago. So that entity still moves on today, lives on today, does a couple $100 million a year with Prove It. And recently, Terry LaCour, a gentleman who has $1 billion enterprise globally, he owns 15 to 20 direct sales network marketing companies. He's a manufacturer on 4 continents. He manufactures for over 150 really great products that many people know. He owns a bank, so he's a direct merchant provider with Visa, MasterCard. He owns a front-end technology company, a back-end technology company, and the list goes on and on. He approached me and shared that he wanted me to be the president of a global marketplace that would allow for people to build teams in every country in the world day one. It would unite vendors, business development people, social media influencers, affiliate marketers, team builders into one place. It would do both physical and digital products. And, I reached out to Cy. Cy saw the vision. And without going too deep down the rabbit hole, I'll pull back there. It's just kind of that we're a couple weeks from launch and we're already in 125 countries in our Whisper campaign.
That is pretty crazy. And just to give all of us here a little bit of a backstory as well, I know that not all of us here in this community, at least, necessarily are in the direct sales space. But what got me really interested is I know that with our community, we're talking about GrooveAsia, within iSummit and anything else that we're doing, the Insiders Club and all those great things, we have a lot of digital marketers. We have a lot of people who are into e-commerce. We have a lot of vendors. We have a lot of product creators, whether it is your own courses, whether it's a coaching program, whether it's a service, a software or whatnot. And what business doesn't want to make more sales? What business doesn't want influencers, affiliates promoting their own products and services for them? And as we all know, the amazing thing is when you have your entire own army of affiliates, you don't pay 1 red cent until sales are actually made.
Yep.
And you don't need to go out there and find those affiliates. The marketplace has all of that for us. So imagine not only are you on that side of the fence, but within our communities, you also learn digital marketing, right? You know how to do affiliate marketing, promote a product, promote different services. Now you can sign up for Amazon, you can sign up for ClickBank, you can sign up for another type of affiliate directory, but how many times do they actually pay you? And for how long? Imagine the opportunity to get in one customer and you get paid on that customer for life. Doesn't matter if they come in today because they want to buy the Insiders Club, and then tomorrow they want to buy shampoo. the next day after that, they want to buy diapers or something else. You get commissions off of that because of the way that the system works. So all these things, and plus, if you know anything about our industries, Tom Beal, you heard from him earlier, he is the JV manager for Groove. So imagine if now you know also business owners and you also know affiliates and you refer them to the platform, and guess what? You get passive income off of everything that they generate. You don't even need to be making the sales. So when I say I'm excited about the e-commerce side of it, that's just on the digital marketing side. Now, if you happen to be a team builder, if you happen to have experience in network marketing and direct sales, optionally, you can go into that path as well. Recommended, because as I continue to learn from Mr. Nick on the compensation and incentives, it is absolutely ridiculous what is being thrown into here. So of course, it's all about seeing the vision and seeing the opportunity and grabbing it with both hands. So we want to, thank you, Nick, for bringing it to our attention. But when it comes to your vision, your own vision for this particular platform, let's just say in your space of direct sales, as well as the online space, the digital marketing, the social influencers of the world, how do you see this as a high potential for anyone who wants to get started?
We're taking four worlds and bringing them together. You actually did a great job, highlighting it. We want to show people a path where they can make, well, I know you have people all over the world right now. I'll just reference US. They can make 6 to 7 figures a year, US dollars, 4 different ways. Whether they want to do live commerce or even affiliate marketing, take offers from tens of thousands of offers, push them out either live or through email, however they want to do it, take transactions, earn off those transactions. People are going to do that. Some people are great at building teams, right? So they're going to build traditional teams. They're going to find products in countries all over the world, match them off to teams and countries, and make a great income that way. Some are going to do business development. Some of you guys right now are great at introducing companies that are looking for opportunity or tech or platforms or people or sales orgs. You can bring them to Shoply. We're Shoply. You can bring them to Shoply and you can make a royalty off every transaction they have. A fourth group is vendors. Some of you are vendors. Some of you have tangible products you sell. Some of you have digital products you sell. And whatever that may be, you can list them on Shoply and people can sell them all across the world. So we're uniting into a marketplace that's different than any other marketplace I've seen out there. I haven't seen a marketplace that does all the things that we do, where number one, it's in every country. Number two is we do physical and digital products and some services. Number three is we actually allow vendors to leverage our technology and they can launch their own affiliate channel with their network off our tech, off our compensation structure, off our back office system. We also own the bank. And when we own the bank, that means we don't have the same risk of a marketplace being shut down because of fraud. Instead, we shut down vendors. We don't shut down the marketplace. We own the bank, so we just figure out what vendor is not doing a good job and we shut them down. We offer a place for social media influencers. We offer a place for team builders. We offer a place for you to do business development. Like, it's the most complete vehicle out there that I've seen in terms of marketplaces or in general. And I guess my final statement is get in where you fit in. We will absolutely be the fastest company to $1 billion in our space. We'll absolutely be the biggest company in our space in the next 3 years. You just got to figure out, where do you fit in?
Yeah, that's crazy, man. So, when it comes to the opportunity itself, there's definitely no shortage of that. But today, being Freedom Day, just to give you a little bit of context, we are here because we want to celebrate the idea of freedom, not just in what is achieved. Obviously, you are the living proof of Freedom Day because you are the living dream. You're living the dream. You've created success and people want to be where you're at. But the thing is, not everyone is there yet. And people are looking to achieve something. At the same time,
Yeah.
we also want to be a supportive community to say, well, Freedom Day can actually start today. It's not where you're headed. It's not the destination, but the progress. Like, what is your definition of freedom in terms of being able to make that choice, the freedom to make that choice today, to be a part of something, to learn something new, to get started in something that you've never been a part of, to get comfortable with the uncomfortable. And I'm seeing a message, a chat, a comment from Michelle, which I think is a very good segue into a question that I want to ask you. Michelle says, wow, Freedom Day again. She's actually been a part of our community based in the Philippines for a couple of years now, maybe a few years. I can't believe I started with Groove on the day after Freedom Day 4 years ago. But the thing is, still today, haven't done anything. LOL, oh well, I still love consuming content. Maybe I'm really ready now. What would you say for somebody like Michelle, who has been in here for a while? She's been a part of the community for a while. She's been learning for the past 4 years now, haven't taken any action, haven't really maybe found that reason why, the inspiration, maybe based on your own personal story, like what inspired you to finally dig yourself out and finally do something, and how can that be a story of motivation
Sure.
for our fellow Groovesters to do the same?
No, that's good. Actually, I jumped past my story at the beginning just for time's sake, so it's good that we're circling back. First of all, I think you asked 3 questions in there that I heard. First of all, I think freedom is different for everybody. I think freedom really is having the time to do whatever it is that you choose to do that you're most passionate about. And then I think secondarily, it is having the money to do those things at the highest level. So it's kind of both of those things, time and financial freedom. But I think most people would be happy with time freedom, meaning if you make 5,000 euros a month and you hate your job, and you could get 5,000 euros a month doing something you love, for a lot of people, that's freedom.
Yeah.
So it really has to be defined by each individual. Some of us like greater things and greater access and greater travels and etc. Some people just want to live in peace, right? So what is it that you want? I think we should probably start there. If you don't know what the hell you want, you're going to get exactly that, which is you don't know. If I ask you, what do you want? You say, I don't know. Then you're going to get that. You're going to get what you don't know. You're going to get what's given to you. You're going to get what other people are offering. You're going to get what other people choose to give you. If you're sitting there with, I don't know what I want, then what do you expect to happen? Magic? You expect, dragons or butterflies or, mermaids to drop off $100 bills to you and bring you freedom? It starts with, what do you want, right? And as a kid, I always knew I wanted to be rich one day. And I didn't know why, but I just knew. I thought it was I wanted to be rich. It wasn't that. I wanted to experience everything I could across the whole world. That's what I wanted then, and that's what I want now. And that requires either the ultimate detachment from everything, and you're going to walk around with a backpack and a stick, and you're just going to walk the earth, or you'd rather fly there privately. I mean, those are the only 2 ways that you're going to do it, right? So you either need a lot of money to do it, or the ultimate detachment from all things. So when I looked at 9, 10 years old, I'm like, okay, we don't have money. We're blue collar. We're middle class. We have a nice roof over our head. We eat food. We have a car. We have everything that we need, but not everything that we want. And I said, wow, look at these people on TV. Look at the places they go, or the things that are capable of. Or how come some people stand in the front row at those concerts? How come some people sit behind home plate, Simon, at the baseball game? Why do they get to sit behind home plate? And the answer that I got every single time to those questions was money. So I said, all right, How do you get money? Like, all right, I can't sing, I can't dance, I can't rhyme, I can't act, I can't play an instrument. I'm not going to do anything illegal. What's left for a kid like me? Sports. So I went and played college baseball, and then I found entrepreneurship. At 18, I found entrepreneurship, and I realized, wow, there's 1,000 ways to make $1 million. There's 10,000 ways to make $1 million. You just have to decide that that's what you want. Then you have to choose a path. Then you have to choose people that are going to mentor you, teach you, and guide you. So there's a couple answers. I think I answered all three, but Simon, let me kick it back to you.
Yeah, no, that's an awesome answer. And I think a lot of it obviously has to do with your progress and your own self-motivation to continue to move on, because it's very easy for us to give up. It's very easy for us to be comfortable and say, I don't really need to do this right now. I kind of want to, but I'm comfortable with my day-to-day job. I do have food. I have a roof over my head. So your back isn't against the wall. And it's not like you have no other choice but to actually make it happen for yourself. Now, the thing is, when I first met you, Nick, you had already started Filsaime, and it was a great company. And I met you and your business partners, and we did some really cool stuff. But that was like before the billions came in. That was before the giant, enormous things that you've done that me as a speaker, as an event organizer, we want to do. I mean, you sold out stadiums. And you basically got to speak to like tens of thousands of people and got some high quality, great stuff. Obviously, an amazing presenter, sales coach, and all that. How did you, from this small company at that time, hey, we're doing pretty good, we got some money. I remember talking to your business partner, Blake, at the time. And he was saying, you know what, with all the money that we got from investors, I can probably live a very comfortable lifestyle for the rest of my life. And it's very easy for you to say, yep, that's where I'm just going to stay, because I've reached that goal. I'm rich, or I have money at least, and I can do what I want to do. Money isn't really an issue. What pushed you to push the boundaries and to go to that next level?
You know, I started visualization early. So once I read Think and Grow Rich a couple times, and read a couple of Tony Robbins books, you know, I built a belief really early in my life that if someone else has achieved it, then I can do it too. If someone else has done it, then I can do it too. Whether it's creating of a great movement, or building of a great company, or acquiring a level of success, or being a great parent, if someone else has done it, it can be done. Then it's just a matter of how. And you know what it always goes back to? Relentlessness, relentless hard work, nonstop, around the clock, putting in the time, putting the effort, putting the grind, doing whatever it takes. When everyone else is sleeping, when everyone else is playing, you're doing it. You're making the calls, you're failing. You're doing the presentations, there's nobody there. You're trying to sell, people are rejecting you, and you keep going, and you keep going, and you keep going, and you keep getting better. It's a combination of growth and action, growth and action. There's too many people who only do one or the other. I know a lot of people that take action nonstop, but they don't improve by going to events, reading books, learning from experts. Then I also know a lot of people like Michelle that just learn but don't take the action. Neither of those people are really going to make it. Now, the action taker is going to make it much further than the person just reading or listening. But a person taking action and learning, taking action and learning, taking action and learning, that person can't be stopped. So you got to build a belief that if somebody can do it, you can do it. And more importantly, I can go to extreme places. Like, I'll immediately go to the last moment on earth and go, do I want to be here at my last moment and say, I wish I would have tried that. I wish I would have worked harder. I wish I would have gone for my dream. I wish I wouldn't. I don't want to leave with regret. I want to go for it and never live with regret.
Yeah, that's super awesome, man. I know you're a busy guy. I hear your phone kind of blowing up in the background. I know you got another event, another webinar that you're about to kick off. But definitely, there's a lot that we need to continue to talk about. I know that we got some plans on some live events in this part of the world, and if all works well, we'll go even beyond that as well. But before we let you go, Mr. Nick, any parting words of wisdom? Because just so that you know, with this community over here, there's a lot of digital marketers, there's a lot of entrepreneurs, business owners. They all want opportunities. They all want to go to that next level. Any parting words that you would like to inspire them with?
Well, first of all, congratulations for being here and showing up. You guys have been at this for nearly 4 hours. I'm guessing that's not 4 minutes. So you guys have been at this for nearly 4 hours. Like, you are committed. You guys are clearly like team players. You're a part of this tribe. You love your leaders. You love what they stand for. You love to grow. You're committed to growth. Anybody that's been here for, even if you're only here for 1 hour, the fact that you're here and you're doing that and you're committed, I salute you. My hat's off to you. You're committed to freedom. You're committed to success. You're committed to your family's goals and outcomes. So I just want to say that I'm elated if I get the opportunity to play a small part in helping you create the freedom for whatever life it is that you choose. You know, you guys have picked the right people to align with. Simon and his partners are amazing humans. They're heartfelt. They're focused. They make smart decisions. They're good people. They're successful. So you picked the right team of people to align with. And if I could play any role in you choosing Shopley in any way, shape, or form, become a part of it. Let's work together. Let's take this message of freedom and this marketplace of Shopley, and let's share it with as many people as we can. And this is going to be a great journey together. I can't wait to partner with every single one of you.
And very exciting. Thank you so much. Let's give a huge round of applause, virtual applause to Mr. Nick Saricola. Thank you for making time, and we will catch up soon. Happy Freedom Day, my friend.
Happy Freedom Day, everybody. Thank you for having me.
Thank
Cheers.
you, Nick. Awesome, awesome, awesome. So just out of curiosity, how many of you found value in what Nick just had to share? And again, it's not just that he is here to preach and talk about the different things that he's doing, is that there is an opportunity, especially right here within the Groove community, for us to leverage all the skills that we've learned, the tools that we have to be able to bring something amazing, amazing to our marketplace and to get results with it. This is remarkable. And there's a reason why people, as I mentioned, like Jerry and John and Ross and Harris and Tom, we decided to come together with this because we know that this is something that will be absolutely beneficial within the Groove community as well. So if you do have an interest in learning more, working with Nick, and potentially all working together with us as well, type in yes inside of the comments so that we know where you stand. And all night, all day, all afternoon, we've been talking about the groove.cm bonuses page that you should be going to. And we've been talking about some of the different cool things that you can partake in right now if you wanted to. I'm seeing value from people like Bernard and Gilmar and Zoe. Yes. Maxella says yes. Lard also says yes. I want to invite you to go back to groove.cm/bonuses. Once again, that's groove.cm/bonuses. We've shown you how you can get more help from Groove here as well. But when you scroll down just a little bit more, you are going to see a private invitation link. Okay, so this is where you can go to click here, and it will take you to a recent post that we shared about on a top secret platform, an opportunity for you to work together with us as Groovesters, as a community, as people, entrepreneurs, all great minds, think alike, work together. Come over here, read this whole thing if you want to. And if not, the only thing you need to know is that right now, as we mentioned, the launch isn't even until a couple of weeks away. If you just as much as want a little bit more information, we are happy to send you a free invitation. There is nothing, no strings attached. We just want to share with you the different opportunities and why the amazing VIP experts before you made the decision to also work with us here as well. So leave a comment, just like some of these experts and VIP friends that you see here have done before you, and go ahead and simply let us know that you would like a free invitation. And on another note, just out of curiosity, how many of you also found tremendous value in what Nick had to share and also want to learn more? If that's you, type in I inside the comments, because when you scroll down a little bit more, you will see that a couple of weeks ago, I actually had a private session with Mr. Nick Sarnicola. You can see that we call it VIPs only. For at that point in time, it was just with our VIP, with our insiders, with our leaders. And if you want to be a part of the Insiders Club, that is absolutely where you'll be able to get those invitations for the private invites. But now the good news is we do have a replay, and we're talking to the people with Groove already here, and especially with our community members. This is something that is going to help a lot of people. Simply click over here. If you want to learn more, request to access the VIP only replay. Once you click on that, you will see that this is where you can go to request the VIPs only exclusive private session that I did with Mr. Nick. Simply request it right over here on the comment section. Say you want one, invite me, I want the replay, please, whatever else. This is going to be your opportunity to connect with us and make sure that you make today the first day of the rest of your life, that by next year, Freedom Day, hopefully right here within the Groove community, we will be welcoming you into our circle of success stories. We'll be featuring you alongside with Mike Filsaime, with Donna Fox, with all the amazing leaders right here at Groove, and you will absolutely become that next case study. Do you want that? Is that you? If that is, type in me inside of the comments. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and everyone in between, that is our Freedom Day live event 2024. Give yourselves a huge round of applause for being here. That is all that we have in terms of the VIP guests. But before we let you go, I actually want to invite up a couple of people who have been in the background this entire time. And on the Asia side of the Groove expansion project, we have one person who is the COO, the Chief Operating Officer, who makes sure that everything works out, everything is organized, everything works as they're supposed to. And on the other side, we also have a lot of live events, and this young lady also is the one who makes sure that everything happens as the CPO, which is the Chief Program Officer. Before we go, give a big hand and a huge thank you for running the show behind the scenes. A round of applause and welcome Mr. George Nagatska, all the way from Japan, and Karen Allen in Atlanta. So great to see you, George. Great to see you, Karen. Thank you for your time over the past 4 hours. I know that Karen mentioned inside the comments moments ago, 4 hours is nothing, because last year we did this for 12 hours and we've done 24-hour events and we've done 36-hour events. 4 hours is absolutely nothing, right? But before we let you go, I do want to hear from Karen and hear from George what you guys and gals got away from Freedom Day event 2024, what you're going to do with it, and basically your parting words as well to inspire our community as we move on forward into the rest of the year and beyond. So you first, Karen, Ms. Karen Allen, all the way from Atlanta. Thank you for your help.
Yes, sure thing. And hot it is, just like the content that we came on and provided today, that the speakers provided our community, hot stuff. And so I hope everyone used the information that they were given today. I know I took a couple of notes myself, definitely took a couple of notes myself, and I'm able to put that, hopefully to put all that into action. But I am super excited about what's coming down the line, what we have in store, and the information that we provide as a community out to the people who are in our community. So if you're not in the community, if you're not involved, if you're not active, you are missing out. As you can see, you are definitely missing out. So we do want to have you more active in this community so you can grow in your business. And back to
Yep,
you.
absolutely.
Right.
Lots of cool things happening right here within the Groove Network, the Groove community, the Groove teams. You do not want to miss out, because if there's anyone who knows what you would potentially be missing out on, it is Miss Karen, because she organizes all of our events. She plans them, she attends them. Doesn't matter what time. Today's a good time for her already. Sometimes it's like in the middle of the night, but she is a champion and she stays up all night to be with us for the events. And so definitely reach out to Karen if you need to, and just be an active part of everything that we're doing. It will be an absolutely life-changing experience for you. But speaking of champions, we do also have someone else who also has a lot of late nights for us. It doesn't matter if it's early in the morning, like 6, 7 a.m. It doesn't matter if it's in the middle of the night. He is in Japan. And with that, it is a weird time, especially during a lot of the Groove webinars that we're doing and the live streams and everything else, but he's almost always there unless he's got some, personal family stuff that he needs to attend to. Mr. George, all the way in Japan. Happy Freedom Day. Thank you for your help. What is it that Freedom Day means to you, and what did you get out of it, and how would you want to leave with parting words to inspire our fellow Roosters and community members?
Yeah, thank you, Simon, and hello, everyone. I hope that over the past 4 hours has been very insightful and motivational for many of you. As the being behind the scene this time, and years past since 2021, we've had these Freedom Day events, and each year the bar has gone up and up and up, and this year is no exception. Absolutely amazing speakers from Tom Beal, Harris, Ross, John, Jerry, Nick. Fantastic content and information. And as this Freedom Day this year started off, you heard the story of Simon and what Freedom Day means to him. Some of you may have already experienced such a moment in your life. Others of you may not have. That could, happen sometime later this year, or who knows, maybe a little further down the road. But in any case, I think what's inspirational for me this time, listening to the different speakers, has been very insightful in learning how these different speakers have been able to achieve their Freedom Day. And it's not just on August 5th, but their own personal celebration of Freedom Day. And I hope that the message I want to communicate is that you do find your own Freedom Day whenever it is. And, with the opportunities that are available, as mentioned, what GrooveAsia, iSummit, and some of the different things that we've mentioned, hopefully that you'll be able to participate and find your place in terms of growing yourself, as well as keep swinging to become better. And I think the message from the different speakers have been reinforcing that you just have to keep on going and striving forward. And I really appreciate this opportunity to be in the back end and listen to these speakers. And thank you, Simon, and to all the speakers that have spoke today. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much, George. Thank you very much, Karen. Let's give them both a huge round of applause, and also give our speakers a huge round of applause. Last but not least, give yourselves a huge round of virtual applause for joining us. Freedom Day event 2024 is a wrap, but don't forget to leave without your bonuses. Once again, groove.cm/bonuses. You do not want to leave without requesting any of the different bonuses that we do have, because not only is it educational, not only does it invite you into our community, but it also has a lot of amazing opportunity waiting for you. So will August 5th, 2025 be your Freedom Day? What will you do between now and then to ensure that you also achieve what you want to achieve? This is absolutely the million-dollar question. And the only way that you will be able to achieve this is when you are an action taker, that you do take full advantage of everything that we have right here within this community, starting with reaching out to us, starting with taking advantage of the bonuses. Don't forget to connect with George as well as Ms. Karen. Leave your connection strategies or your methods, your Facebook or your contact or whatever else inside the chat so that people can connect with you guys, because this is going to be an opportunity that you don't want to miss out on. Okay, so that's all for Freedom Day event 2024. On behalf of the entire Groove committee, everyone within our teams, and myself, we do want to thank you for spending the last 4+ hours with us. And until next time, take action right now. Let us know if you have any questions. And as always, we'll see you right back here on the inside and at the top. And to all of us, join us live and on the replay. Once again, happy Freedom Day. Cheers, folks. We'll see you next time.